Okay.
If you choose to stand here, I promise you, you will only receive from this podium pure, unadulterated truth.
I am really scared.
Without any apology. Because we are living in very, very serious times. And the people need to know what is happening within the society, what is happening in the world, in order that when certain things happen, which some of them have already started to happen, but when certain things go down in the near future, you will not be able to say that you didn't know.
Is Mike Tyson one of your members?
So, a lot has happened since we were last here.
Ukraine war.
Africa is on the rise, and the corrupt puppet leaders working on behalf of Washington, London, and Paris are shaking in their boots. I'm talking about the corrupt African leaders who are in the pay of the so-called Western democracies.
Now they take to the Chinese.
Because one young lion has woken up in the nation that they call Burkina Faso. And among the masses of our long-suffering people on the African continent, they have seen and they have heard this young lion. And now the masses are also standing up and throwing off the colonial system that has kept African people and the African continent underdeveloped, impoverished, and downtrodden for centuries.
What about the monkeypox?
There has been an attempted assassination of a former president of the United States of America.
Shot him in the ear.
Because America now resembles the so-called banana republics that they have historically pointed their fingers at.
Grenada.
Where they say that these banana republics, instead of democratically beating their political opponents at the ballot box, they kill them by gunning them down in the streets or at a political rally.
Okay. All right, folks. Good morning once again. This is Frank. I am your host. The show gonna be starting at 1 o'clock, but usually this is what we do before we start the show. We come out with prelude or introductory, how they call it, aspect of the program, which of course is very, very important. It gave us an understanding of where we are going with the topic for that day. So the reason why I play some of these video, it enabled me to start with my thesis. So any video that you see me playing before the show start, it just means we are in a direction of that discussion. All right. So we have no copyright to these videos that we play. They are purposely there for educational issues and to give awareness to our people and to enlighten on our topic. All right. For people to understand. So we have no copyright to these videos that we played here.
Influence. When colonization had lost its luster through a combination of certain realities and agitation from the continent, we regained our independence. But as John Henry Clark, that great African-American, said, we regained independence by mimicking European governance systems. And he rightly says, no African country will ever succeed on the basis of those systems. After that, the neo-colonial project was instituted. And all of us will remember Kwame Nkrumah's book, Neo-colonialism, the last stage of imperialism. And he there says, the most dangerous. We are now in a neo-colonial stage when the European powers are at their most diabolical, when the Americans are at their most diabolical. And it's not lost on me that they'll be meeting in Hiroshima next week as the G7. And how do they interfere? They interfere militarily. They ensure that you in the military are trained in Sandhurst, are trained in West Point, so they affect your mind. They interfere diplomatically, sometimes through gunboat diplomacy. And that is why you see sometimes your typical European ambassador treats our heads of states in a condescending manner. They interfere through institutions such as the IMF and the World Bank. They interfere by ensuring that our economic infrastructure is beholden to theirs through dollarization. They interfere through education. They interfere by influencing our processes, by lending us advisors who tell us what to do. The neo-colonial project is alive and well, and it is at its most dangerous, and we Africans must smell the coffee. If we don't, they are going to continue to interfere. How else do they interfere? Through NGOs, Danida, CEDA, UK Aid, USAID. These are Trojan horses that are introduced into our countries for the purpose of influencing our processes. And they infiltrate our institutions. Right now, if you look at the African Development Bank, look at the shareholding. It's Americans, it's Germans, it's Japanese, it's the French. And the Europeans have done their bit. They also interfere through post-colonial institutions, the Commonwealth of independent nations. They are not sovereign states, former French-speaking nations. These are the instruments that they interfere through. And how do we then deal with this situation? We Africans must now begin to recognize, and this was recognized as early as 1963, and the chair of the commission is here. They'll be celebrating 60 years in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. And 60 years ago, on the 24th day of May, Kwame Nkrumah warned us. He said, if we are not united, they are going to interfere with us militarily. They are going to interfere with our economy. They are going to interfere with our agriculture. They are going to interfere with our health. Our duty, and I hope that when African heads of states and government meet in Addis next week, it will not be another jamboree at which pro forma speeches are read. I hope it will be an occasion to give meaning to Africa Agenda 2063. I hope it will be an occasion to give meaning to Africa Continental Free Trade Area. I hope it will be an occasion to revitalize the Malabo Declaration, the Maputo Declaration, the Yamoussoukro Declaration. In other words, we Africans, as I conclude, we Africans must stop operating in silos. Rwanda alone will not confront them. Burundi alone will not confront them. But if we go through the regional bodies and ultimately the African Union, we may indeed succeed in putting away this bulwark. And remember, it is no longer just Europe. There is a new scramble for Africa. The Chinese are here. The Turks are here. The Qataris are here. All of them are coming back. And the military bases that you see here is telling you that if you don't behave, we are going to use force. Sometimes I wish, and I'm saying this seriously, that we too had a nuclear weapon, because that is what Europe and America understands. The impact of European and American and Russian and Chinese interference is a raw wound. It is not something that is in the past. It is something that is happening as we speak. And therefore, when we speak to it, we are speaking to it to warn ourselves of the reality. When we speak about the Danidas and the NGOs, these are bodies whose raison d'etre is to ensure that we remain in a perpetual state of begging. That is what we are doing to warn ourselves. And we are not for 1 minute saying that we will shut ourselves out from the rest of the world. What we are saying is that we must define how we engage with the whole world. And we are saying that as individual countries, we are weak, and the rest of the world wants to operate and to deal with us in our weak state. The United States of America are dealing with Rwanda on second-hand clothing. Rwanda cannot resist them. Burundi cannot. Kenya cannot. Uganda cannot. But if we are East Africa with a population of 300 million, we can. If we are SADC, we can. If we are ECOWAS, we can. So this is what we are saying. And we are saying further that going forward, we must also recognize our internal weaknesses. And what is our weaknesses? Chinua Achebe said it very well. The problem of Africa is simply and squarely one of political leadership. The rank of many political leaders in Africa are thieves. Let's call them by their name. They are thieves. They are individuals who are not interested in the interest of this country. And as long as we continue electing such individuals into positions of power across Africa, they are going to be manipulated. What then is the responsibility of the citizenry? The responsibility of the citizenry is to make demands. The chairman here, I hope he has received the several letters that I have written to him. I've written several letters to his organization talking about the role of the African Union in peacemaking. I wrote to the chairman only last week about the situation in Sudan, saying we must solve our own problems. And I want to see a crusading African Union, so that it's not the Americans and the Saudi Arabians who are summoning them to Jeddah. It should be in Addis Ababa. In a nutshell, Joe, what I'm saying is that we have a responsibility to ourselves, both at the leadership level and at levels of the civic society. We must be engaged in a positive manner, and we must keep on shouting without being diplomatic. because diplomacy is lulling us into a false sense of security. And lastly, I want to say this. When foreign powers come, we must always be reminded of these goodies that they bring to us. It used to be said of the Trojan War that even when the Greeks bear a gift, they do not mean well. They never mean well. And the sooner we say it, recognizing the external threat, recognizing the domestic weaknesses, the safer we are. Right now, as I conclude, there is a group of experts going around East Africa, collecting views about the constitution of East Africa. I've just written to them this morning. They are leaving Kenya. If you ask 10 Kenyans, possibly only one knows they're in Kenya. Then they will be going to Burundi. If you ask your typical African about Africa Agenda 2063 out of 10, if 2 know about Africa Agenda 2063, you'll be lucky. If you ask them about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, 10, if 2 know, you'll be lucky. In other words, we are not doing well. And I'm going to be blunt at these functions. If you ask the chair of the African Union, who funds the African Union, possibly 60% of the budget is externally funded. He who pays the piper calls the tune. That is the reality of the world. We must begin to pay for our own things in order to be understood and to be respected. In other words, Africa recognizes the need to define herself and to define her agenda. And I do not begrudge nations that define themselves and their agenda. Ronald Reagan once said it, and I agreed with him, that every nation does what is in her best interest. And I have no problem with that. The problem that we have is that at critical moments in African history, we have failed to seize the moment. You will remember in 1917 at the Champaran campaign, Mahatma Gandhi told Charlie Andrews, I do not want you to participate because at this point in time, the Indians must believe that they can do it themselves. In other words, there comes a time in the history of a nation when even friends of goodwill must be told, keep aside. We want to believe that we can do it, and your help must be surreptitious and subterranean if you are a person of goodwill. And the Champaran philosophy is what we must define for ourselves. In the year 2005, the former Prime Minister of Britain, Tony Blair, put together 17 individuals in what was then called Our Common Interest. The report on the African Commission. The Prime Minister, he was then the President of the European Union, from which Britain has now left, and he was also the President of the G8 at that time before the exclusion of Russia. They produced a report. Right now, when I see the Blair Institute moving around Africa, they are implementing exactly what was in that particular report, and I have a copy of it, not for the benefit of Africa, but for the benefit of the Institute. And what they have done is to sugarcoat it and camouflage it for the purpose of hoodwinking Africa and for the purposes of creating an environment which benefits foreign companies to the detriment of the continent of Africa. So that some of these engagements are anodinal. They simply lull us into a false sense of security. Do I blame them? No. That is why I agree that we must decolonize all learning. I don't know who said it, that if you have that the happiness of the slave is the comfort of the slave owner. And I'm saying that if Africa does not recognize this, then Africa will never recognize and realize our potential. The saying goes that if you behave like grass, goats will eat you. And many times we in the African continent behave like grass, and we are fit for eating. And that is what I'm saying. going forward in a strategic engagement such as this, it is incumbent upon the continent of Africa. And remember, I said there is a new scramble, sometimes subtle, sometimes not so subtle. There was 1 month in this continent when the Russian foreign minister was here, the American foreign minister was here.
Hey everyone, so the team decided to do a fun competition. If you're able to make a donation,
Chinese foreign minister was here, the French president was here, the Turkish president was here, within a period of 2 weeks. What were they looking for? What is in their best interest? They engaged little countries. They don't want to engage the East African community. They don't want to engage SADC. They don't want to engage ECOWAS, because when they are big, they are not manipulable. And when on the 14th and 15th days of last year, the African heads of states and government were summoned, and I use the word summoned very deliberately, to Washington, D.C. After the president had spoken to them and given them photo ops, Africa was given 60 billion. 54 countries, 60 billion. And then the American president started engaging in bilateral agreements with Burundi, with Lesotho, with Kenya. That is what we are saying, that going forward, we must be conscious. And as to training, our own Ngugi wa Thiong'o, in a book called The River Between, tells his lead character, Wayaki, go unto him, learn what he has taught you, but bring it home and customize it for the benefit of our people. Learning is universal and defies geography, but there is wisdom in using that learning for our benefit. And very lastly, how do we distinguish the institutional conceptual West, which is diabolical, and the individual members of those countries that actually sometimes are on our side? Institutionalized conceptual West, as articulated through government, is fundamentally diabolical. Their pretension to the contrary notwithstanding. And therefore, when we engage with them, we must have our guards up. We are capable, in my view, of discerning who is better, and that is the duty of our leadership. Our leadership doesn't do a good job out of it, and that is why the demand from the civil society, the demand from academia must remind leadership at all times, you are dining, and I'm using this as a term of art, that when you are dining with the devil, you must do so with a long spoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I don't know that you wanted to respond to the issue of definition earlier on, or indeed any comments that you might have.
Let us not drown ourselves in semantics. This is my view, with due respect. First of all, let us remember that, and I always warn us Africans, if I was using my mother tongue to define interference, or using a Kiswahili word, what meaning would it carry? And sometimes we find ourselves prisoners of Portuguese, prisoners of French, prisoners of English, or any other colonial language which we have appropriated and which we now deploy in terms of engagement. History has demonstrated, and my good friend Kegoro said it, history has demonstrated not once, not twice, that the intentions appear to be noble in the beginning, but when they have come in like the proverbial Trojan horse, they go beyond their mandate. Show me what is happening to Libya today. Show me what is happening to the Central African Republic. Show me what is happening to Somalia today. They were all well-intentioned, and see the product. A tree shall be judged by its fruit. A mango that says it is an orange is still a mango. Now to the question.
But everyone has a different story to tell. Shell, which says it's losing it.
The Tapper Market.
In Northeast Africa, precisely on the horn of
All right, all right. Good afternoon, folks. Once again, this is Frank. I am your host. This is the Revolutionary Repatriation Educational Lecture Series aspect of WCC. Now, this is where we speak unapologetically, and we have no time to apologize to anyone on what we say here, because what we say here is just based on the obvious, and we speak the obvious. Now, today's topic, it says objective respond to Antony Blinken. Objective respond to Antony Blinken about African stream, and why the U.S. Now, the U.S. is being mentioned here only because she is the leading force of the West. Okay? But that also means why the U.S. and EU, because those are the two entities. All right? Why the U.S. and EU fear Africa veto power on the United Nations. So these two topics intertwine that we are going to discuss today. Now, this is WCC. We don't explain with opinion or with emotion. We speak based on what is happening, based on what we see. Now, if Antony Blinken like the same way he went after African stream, let he come after me. We are unapologetic of what we say here because it is based on facts. And that is why we speak the way we speak, because we want to engage them if they have the gust. If Antony Blinken feel he have the gust, no need going after videos, no need going after people's channel, no need going after what people discuss. What are you afraid of, Antony Blinken? I think the best you should do is to call us, sit on the table and ask us, interview us, and let we tell you who you are, and let we tell you what you do. Because the more you do this, the more it becomes dangerous for the U.S. And now we see it clear. The more you do this, the more it becomes dangerous for the U.S. And the more you expose yourself. And the more people think about you, the more you prove yourself how they think about you. So your stubbornness, Antony Blinken, will lead you to your grave. Now, it may not be a physical grave I'm talking about, but it will lead you to your downfall. Because that's how people are beginning now to see the reality, the true side of the U.S. And that is why more and more people, and let me be specific, Africans or black people are waking up. And Peter, wait a minute. Because they are seeing the reality. So Antony Blinken, you are your own downfall. You people are the people that are making America to fall. Let me be real here. Not China. China is not making America to fall. Russia is not making America to fall. And African stream or African medias are not making America to fall. It is you people that are being so stubborn, and a stubborn fly will leave behind a dead body and get into the grave with the dead. The stubborn fly will be behind a dead body until going into the casket. So these are some of the things that we are here to discuss today. Because the more you come after Africans who are fighting to educate their people, to enlighten their people, the more you do that, the more you will be getting yourself into more hot seat. The more you expose yourself, Antony Blinken, I will tell you now, because This channel is here to give you critical criticism. If you don't know, you like it, take it. You don't like it, take it, leave it. But Nkrumah said, forward forever. We are in a different time period. If you think you still want to re-establish slave, you still want to go and re-establish colonization, Anthony Blinken, you will be daydreaming. Because that will be your downfall. And that is what today's topic says, objective response. Because we are not going to be subjective. We are going to be objective. We are responding based on what you said. And we are responding based on what you do, contrary to what you stand for. This is not the slavery time where you will tell the slave what to do and the slave do it. Whether it is right or not. Because no one is your slave in this current time. No one is Anthony Blinken's slave. And no nation at this time is Anthony Blinken colony or territory. Or de facto continent or de facto nation. If that is your dream, to uphold and protect what your forefather left for you, that will tell you this, Anthony Blinken, that is not an inheritance. You are on a stolen property. You own stolen property. And what you inherited, it was built through enslavement, colonization, dehumanization, proxy war, and you continue to live that legacy and you want to carry on. Let's continue here. People like you are the people that is leading this country to failures. Because I don't think you understand what time it is. You think anybody want to be called slave? Or anybody want to be a subjugated? Do you think so? Oh, okay. All right. Let's continue here. So now, last week or so, Anthony Blinken made a statement. He made a statement about an African platform. So before we get to what Blinken said, let's get to this media platform, the African Stream. Let's see who are they and how Anthony Blinken refers to them. All right? And then we're going to come here to tell Anthony Blinken what he have done. This is WCC. If we don't do the research, we're not speaking on it. We leave it as it is. Because we know who we are going against. We know who we are targeting. If you don't have evidence, you talk about them, they come after you. But if you bring them out, they can't come after you because they know they will lose. They will lose. So let's look at the African Stream first, who they are. Why are they being targeted? And then the allegation Anthony Blinken put on our media channel. Now we're going to tell Anthony Blinken what he has been doing behind the scene against Africans, against nation they call terror, against continent they call terror. You messing with the wrong generation, Anthony Blinken, and you will not go free for that. You are your own downfall. And we will have no regret if you don't listen to the warning that is coming. You think this is 1916? You think this is 1914 or 1814 or whatsoever you call it? You think this is the 1600? You think this is the 1100? Or you think this is slavery time? Okay. Let's continue here. Now, this is African Stream. As you can see here, it says Black Agenda. And what the United States, the colonizers, the imperialists, the people who went and enslaved Africa and colonized Africa, systematically dehumanize Africans, kill African revolutionary leaders, and create proxy war. These are the people who are against Black empowerment. And now, when we say Black empowerment is different from white empowerment or white supremacy. Black empowerment have nothing to do with suppressing white nation. We don't care. We don't even need them because they have nothing we need. So when we say Black agenda, is to educate Black people, is to empower Black people, and not to subjugate any nation, not to enslave any nation, not to go and loot other nation, not to create proxy war in other nation, not to create weapons of mass destruction and be killing other nation and run propaganda and lie to other people, or create media and lie. And that's not what Black agenda or Black power stand for. Black power stand for you do yours, we do us. We don't have our nose in your thing and don't have your nose in our thing. Black agenda respect every race on the planet of the earth. Respect us, we respect you. You want to share with us, we share with you. What you have, if we need it, we come and beg you. There is nothing wrong with begging, especially if someone have it and they own it. Unlike the US or Europe, they are thieves. We will say it the way we are saying it because of your behavior and your attitude. Now come and ask us how we are thief, and that's what we're going to show them here today, that you are thief. You are oppressor. You mean no good for Africa and for African people, for Black people. You mean no good, Anthony Blinken. Let's see what Black Stream is. So this is the funnel of African Stream. This guy right here in the middle. As you can see, he said, I wasn't born in Africa because I'm African. Africa was born in me. That's what he's trying to say on his share here, right? Now, let's continue here. Ame Caballo. So be with me, folks. I want to give an understanding of this media, what it is for, and why America hates this media. Because Anthony Blinken was speaking for Washington, D.C., and that's why we say America hates this media. And that has been their behavior. Anytime they see African rising up, they see it as a threat. And that is why Africa is working on them to say, America, you are the problem, not China, not Russia. You are your own failure. And these are the things that are waking up. Ahmed Caballo, African Stream was an idea I had after working as a journalist for many years. I was always trying to pitch story about Africa. And even when I work for anti-imperialist media, they would tell me, unfortunately, that people just weren't interested in Africa. Meanwhile, look, he's saying when he was working, that's what some of these anti-imperialist media, some of these anti-imperialist presidents, Nana Akufo-Addo proved himself to be an anti-imperialist president, but he's not doing the work. Because you can't say you are an anti-imperialist media or president and you are doing exactly what the imperialists want. You are not an anti. So he's saying while working for this media, there were some things that he needed to discuss. They needed to discuss. That particular media stopped them or stopped him from discussing it. That people just were interested in Africa. Imagine anti-imperialist media was not interested in Africa. Let us be frank here. Let us be real here. That is why one other channel they called Africa News or something or something. Okay, the name is there. When it come, I will get it, but it's something with Africa News something, right? The way in which they used to do their reporting, it was biased. So I wanted to know who are these guys, where they came from. Come to find out, it was an Italian owned media channel called Africa News or so. And every time they reported, they was always negative about Africa, and they never talked about the ill and society of the West in Africa. They never talk about what the West was doing illegally in Africa. I did my research. I got to find out the sponsor or the CEO or the one who had that business or that media was from Italy, an Italian, a white man. That's how I went on their website and I started chatting with them. And we went back and forth. But they didn't know who they was playing with. When I started giving them evidence or so, they stopped communicating with me. So we have to be very careful. Sometimes when you see some of these names that carry African name or carry black name, find out who is behind it before you support it. Because neo-colonialism is at work in every ways. Now let's continue here. He said, unfortunately, that people weren't just interested in Africa, that their eyes were glued to the Middle East, North America, South America, and Europe. So do you understand why they never want to talk about Africa? Because Africa is their farm. Africa is their diamond. Africa is their gold area. So do not focus on Africa to expose the truth before African people wake up. That led to this young man leaving our media to get his own media to talk about the issues of Africa. Let's continue here. I've always been passionate about Africa. So I was determined to prove that Metra wrong. I am an African person. I am an African person. That's he speaking. My future, my past, my present are in Africa. And I wanted to create an anti-imperialist platform focused on Africa, but with a global audience, not just Africans. The majority of our audience are Africans, but we also appeal to anti-imperialist and anti-war people from all over the world who want to build a broad movement. Now, this is what Anthony Blinken called this media a terrorist. This is what Anthony Blinken called this media a Russian-backed media, because this is a media that is going and reporting on truth, for example, about Ukraine. What mainstream media have told the world, media of such have come out to tell the world it is not what you hear from CNN, from ABC, from BBC. They are all liars. And we're going to prove that again today. Where Anthony Blinken then spent billions of dollars to get propaganda news to lie to people. So if this media was reporting, being biased, giving biased news about, Russia is this, Africa is poor, America want to come and help Africa, America not exploiting Africa, America not doing this. Anthony Blinken would have called this gentleman in America, I'm telling you. If today, this gentleman have, made a report and say, what America did in Libya was justifiable, I can tell you, Anthony Blinken could have called this gentleman in Washington, D.C. to congratulate him about good media reporting. Let's continue here. And they asked him, they said, are you yourself from Kenya? Because he based in Kenya. He said, no, I'm from Sudan, but I went to university with few Kenyan. I knew that for me to set up an African media outlet with my credibility, I needed to be based somewhere on the African continent and operated by Africans. From the camera operator to the editors, it should be Africans. It should not be European who are the auditors. Because at the end of the day, the African stories will not be told. It will be diluted. So then, it was a question of where to work. And we decided it has to be an English-speaking nation, since we were going to produce mostly in English to reach the broadest audience, although we are also non-producing some content in French. Although we are now producing some content in French. So I just basically created a craft of the important things for choosing a site for this project, he said. So now you understand what Africa Agenda stands for. Now again, we are asking Anthony Blinken, and we urge him, and we hold him to the fire. His allegation against the African stream, let him prove it, that this African stream is a Russian-backed media. Anthony Blinken, if you show what you say, or else we are on your back, we are on your neck, because Africa is watching. You are in a different time period. What you say, we want you bring report, bring evidence that what you say, you stand by it, and it is true because you have evidence. We want to see it, because this time it is not a time period that America will say anything we believe it. That the white man will just come and stand, open his or her mouth, and we believe it. And you think Africa will believe it because the white man that is close to God, that is next to God, or how they call it, Jesus has spoken, because black people want salvation, black people want freedom. So when a white man speaks, then heaven has spoken. No. Bring evidence that this media is actually a Russian cover-up media that is operating for Russia. We want to see evidence. If you bring evidence, we ourselves will go and question this black media that said he is an anti-imperialist and he solely focused on black and African nations. He will be questioned what he have done on behalf of Russia that it is a threat to Europe or US or Africa. Until then, you are the problem, and we are here to prove you wrong about this media and about many black media that speak the truth because of what you do against African people. Until then, we want to see the proof. You believe in proof. We ourselves, we believe in proof. Bring the proof. If not, you are a liar. Let's continue here. Let's continue here. I will take this out. Now that you have seen this, right, because of time, we will not read the whole thing. But at least you don't know what this agenda stands for. And by the way, now we say this. Based on history, based on systematic history of how the United States have been operating, this is how Washington, D.C. do to lie to the meaningful Americans, to lie to the beautiful Americans who want to see the world free and be operated in a fair and equal space. This is how they lie to them. And then they see Washington, D.C. that said Nkrumah was a terrorist. Nelson Mandela was a terrorist. Dr. King was a terrorist. They say Washington, D.C. They lie and say Muammar Gaddafi was killing his people. He was dehumanizing. He's a autocracy. He's a dictator and whatsoever. And they decided, they promised the Libyan that if they go and kill Gaddafi, they will give the Libyan the best form of government, the best form of life ever that they have never experienced. Up to now today, when they kill Libya, Gaddafi, they destroy Libya. Look at the life of the people. Anthony Blinken, that was done through propaganda. Was it in favor of the people? That is just one example I'm giving you. That was done through propaganda. Look at the Libyan today. And then after that, you call them shithole. After that, you call them insignificant. After that, you call them poor. After that, you call them stink. That have been your behavior, Anthony Blinken. Where are the life, the good life you promised for the Libyan? Oh, Anthony Blinken. You love to see people suffer, Anthony Blinken. You love to see people cry. You love to see people beg you. And that's how the devil behaves. The devil let us see people cry. The devil let us see people suffer. That's what the devil like to see. Anthony Blinken, you are a devil. For you not want to see Africa rise, you are a devil. Anthony Blinken. Let's take this out. Now that we know what this channel is, right? Let's take this out. Let's look at the next thing. Let's look at the next thing. Let's see this. Now, let's see what let's see how they call it. This is how they call it. Stanford University, right? Now, let's see this. Let's see this right here. African stream. Russia latest covert influence. Pipeline targeting Africa and US. Now, Anthony Blinken, you said African stream is a Russian media. It's a Russian cover-up back media. Then, how come a report here says, African stream was reporting on Russia cover-up mission. How come a report here say Russia was targeting Africa and US? So how can this media be for Russia, but at the same time they see media on the side of the US? Oh, so you do not want an independent journalist, or you do not want an independent institution who will bring out the fight. So when African Stream talked about this, it was in your favor, right? You never came out to say, oh, African Stream is working with Russia, because this was in your favor. Why didn't Russia come out and say African Stream is working for US? Russia latest coverage, influence pipeline, targeting Africa and US. Anthony Blinken, why didn't you talk about this and say African stream is right? And why didn't Russia say African stream is on US covered back media? On September 13, 2024, U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken gave a press briefing about effort to encounter covert Russian government influence operation. He stated that RT, the Russian state media outlets previously called Russia Today, engages in covert information and influence operation and military procurement. I mean, if anybody want to talk about covert, if anybody want to talk about military influence, the United States, and let me say this is not maybe talking for Russia. This is not talking for anybody. This is talking about Africa. Anything we say here, we speak in the interest of Africa, not Russia. We don't care. But let's be frank here. If anybody is to talk about covert information, military operation, the United States is the number one doer in the war, infiltrating, cover our mission, military operation. When they want to go do their clandestine deed, then they say they were there for military operation because they put that clause within the UN so that the UN cannot go after them after committing a crime. And then they will say, we went there for special military operation. They put that clause in the UN to protect them. Now he calls Sarah's media here. And then Anthony Blinken said, now, according to this outlet website. Now, Anthony Blinken, we want you to bring the information you talk about, bring it out. We want to see it. If not, you are running propaganda. The same propaganda you accuse African street from is the same propaganda, Anthony Blinken, you spew with your mouth with no evidence. But let's see. He said he got evidence. We want to see the evidence, Anthony Blinken. The Africa today, it is not an Africa where you will just speak and we take it and we fall for it. No, you will bring evidence of what you say. You believe in anything you say will be held against you. So this will hold it against you to bring evidence. Stop lying, Anthony Blinken. This is what Washington, D.C., this is what the U.S. have done perpetually. Lies upon lies. Bring the evidence that this media is a Russian cover-up platform. You have it. You have the intelligence. You have your CIA. Bring the evidence. Now, Anthony Blinken said, now, according to the outlet website, African Stream is, I quote, in fact, he's quoting. So, meaning he have the evidence. Bring the evidence, Anthony Blinken, because this is what you guys do to lie. And some of the so-called Africans who call themselves journalists, who don't do nice research, who don't go and check, who believe in their God when the white men speak, then they take it and run with it because the white men have spoken. This go to you people. If you have been doing that, that is bad practices. That is bad journalism. These people like Anthony Blinken, they can lie. These people like Anthony Blinken are liars. They deceive people to accomplish their aim. He said, I quote, a pan-African digital media organization based exclusively on social media platform focused on giving a voice to all Africans, both at home and abroad. Anthony Blinken is saying, this is what this platform stands for. This is what this platform says they stand for. But then Anthony Blinken is saying, on the other hand, this is not what they stand for. That's what he's trying to say. He's trying to say this media is hiding her intention. What she does, she's hiding it. But she is a Russian cover or a back media. But she is not a media that is focused on giving voice to all Africans, both at home and abroad. That's what Anthony Blinken is saying here. And we want Anthony Blinken to come and prove himself. Now, he has pointed out this media. Fine. Come and prove yourself of what you say. Because we are not buying on what you said because you are a liar. Let's continue here. African Stream shares several characteristics with past cover Russian social media. Now, Anthony Blinken, we want you to bring these information. If what you said it is true, we will deal with the African Stream. If what you said it is true, we will be on your side. If what you said it is true, we ourselves will prosecute the African Stream along with you if what you said it is true. But until then, bring your evidence. Until then, we do not trust you. Until then, you are a liar. Bring your evidence. The reason why you said this, we believe you already have it. Bring your evidence. He said, African Stream, Anthony Blinken said, African Stream shares several characteristics with past coverage, Russian social media influence operation. First, it seemed to have been outsourced to an individual with regional experts. In this case, a Sudanese British journalist with state-sponsored media experience, skills in promoting anti-Western narrative, and knowledgeable about African politics. Similarly, earlier operation linked to the late Gozi or something, right? The Wagner chief. Now, Anthony Blinken is linking this media to Prigozhin. Now, what Anthony Blinken is trying to do here, this is what they do to get the American attention. Because the American, that's why they have worked hard, right? When it comes to international news, they tell American, do not go and search yourself. We will bring you the information. That's why they made American to believe in the media. So anything the media says is true. But then, if it is true, why Obama said the American democracy is failing because no one is willing to listen to the media? No, it is not failing because of that. It is failing because people have come to realize that the American media have been a perpetual liars to them. So for that reason, no one listens to them. Americans have to go, meaningful Americans who want to see the world prosper on a plain and fair and equal place. They are not going, doing their own investigation, finding the information. So what Anthony Blinken is trying to do here, to link African Stream to Wagner Group. And that's what they do. They do this to make their citizens to go against other nations, other platforms, other people, other race. And then, once the people fall for it, then now they create an avenue for war. Because if the people do not fall for it, they will not create an avenue. Who's going to fight? It is Anthony Blinken going to fight? It is his children going to fight? No! They will take the ignorant American, or the innocent, sorry, not ignorant, but the innocent American, send them to go and fight the war they have perpetually created for their business. So that's what he's trying to do here. To make Americans, good Americans, to hate Africans and say, oh, so you are on the African continent, you are working with Russia, you are working with Wagner Group, you are working with terrorists. But let me ask Anthony Blinken, it has been proven, even European The Ukraine intelligence commander stated clearly, agree that Ukraine helped the terrorists in Mali, and they killed Malian. They killed the Malian army. They worked with the terrorists and provided information to the terrorists. Anthony Blinken, did you speak against that? Oh, so when African media or African stream come and speak on what you have done, then it is bad. Then that means they work with Russia. When they speak on what you have done in Africa, that is wrong, then that means they work with Russia. When Ukrainian soldiers, I don't know if it was Ukrainian, but in a video, we believe that was NATO in Africa fighting alongside with the terrorists against Africans. So when we speak against it, when we expose you, then that means we work for Russia. That means we are Russian cover of media. Anthony Blinken, you are a hypocrite. And that is why we Africans have to be reminded. People like Anthony Blinken should not be on the African continent. First of all, Anthony Blinken holds 2 passports. He is a Jewish, I'm not saying Jew. He is a Jewish. First, before America or before Americans. So that is why when you see more and more funding going to Israel, these are the people that are there. He is a Jewish. He is from Israel. First, before American. And these are the people that are putting American down the drain. These are the people that will put America down the drain. They pretend they love this country, but they don't. Let's continue here. Now, he said Prigozhin, a Russian businessman connected to Russian President Vladimir Putin, were also outsourced to local figures with media background, including in Sudan and Libya. Now, African Stream, right, gave actual information about Sudan, who are behind the war, actual information about Libya, exposing America, exposing the US, exposing Washington, D.C. Then they see him as a threat. Did you see that? Once you are not working in the interest of America, you become a terrorist. Even though what you are doing is actually fair, America don't care whether it is fair or not. And that, Africans, we must come to realize that. Now, let's continue to the video where he himself speaking. Let's see something here.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And for those of you who are traveling, welcome home. Accurate information is vital to the health of any democracy. It helps citizens understand the issues and effects and events that are affecting their lives. It empowers them to engage meaningfully in their communities, their country, the world. When state or non-state actors spread disinformation, material deliberately meant to deceive or divide our public, they attack the very foundations of our free and open society. In March, I laid out the comprehensive steps the administration is taking to address this threat to our national security and to our national fabric. First, we're building a more resilient global information system where objective facts are elevated and deceptive messages gain less traction. We're doing that by promoting policies and programs that protect a free, vibrant, and independent press, and that foster greater civic and media literacy so that people can better distinguish fact from fiction. Second, we're working to expose, to disrupt, to deter disinformation. Through the State Department Global Engagement Center, we're coordinating government-wide and with other countries to identify, to analyze, to undercover attempts by governments and non-state actors to manipulate information. Third, we're taking steps to hold accountable those who weaponize disinformation to undermine our democracy. That's what we did just last week when the State Department, the Justice Department, the Treasury Department, the FBI took a series of coordinated actions to counter Russian influence and interference in our elections and in our democracy. In addition to imposing sanctions, visa restrictions, and other measures, the State Department also designated the Russian state-funded and directed media company, Rossiya Segodnya, and 5 of its subsidiaries, including RT, under the Foreign Missions Act. As a result, these actors are now required to notify the State Department of all personnel working in the United States, as well as their property. We took these steps based on our conclusion that Rossiya Segodnya and these 5 subsidiaries are no longer merely fire hoses of Russian government propaganda and disinformation. They are engaged in covert influence activities aimed at undermining American elections and democracies, functioning like a de facto arm of Russia's intelligence apparatus. Today, we're announcing that these Kremlin-backed media outlets are not only playing this covert influence role to undermine democracy in the United States, but also to meddle in the sovereign affairs of countries around the world. Thanks to new information, much of which originates from RT employees, we know that RT possessed cyber capabilities and engaged in covert information and influence operations and military procurement. As part of RT's expanded capabilities, the Russian government embedded within RT a unit with cyber operational capabilities and ties to Russian intelligence. RT's leadership had direct, witting knowledge of this enterprise. Russian government actors incorporated the cyber capabilities of this unit within RT in the spring of 2023, which is focused primarily on covert influence operations around the world. Under the cover of RT, information produced through this unit flows to Russian intelligence services, Russian media outlets, Russian mercenary groups, and other state and proxy arms of the Russian government. One of its projects is a large online crowdfunding program in Russia, operating within RT and through social media channels to provide support and military equipment, supplies, weaponry to Russian military units in Ukraine. This includes sniper rifles, suppressors, body armor, night vision equipment, drones, radio equipment, personal weapon sights, diesel generators. While the crowdfunding campaign is out in the open, what's hidden is that this program is administered by the leaders of RT. Last week, our government revealed how RT launders information operations through unwitting Americans to covertly disseminate Kremlin-produced content and messaging to the American public. Today, we're exposing how Russia deploys similar tactics around the world. In Germany, for example, RT covertly runs the Berlin-based English language platform Red, a successor to the now defunct RT-linked platform Redfish. RT also secretly runs the online platform African Stream across a wide range of social media platforms. Now, according to the outlet's website, African Stream is, and I quote, a pan-African digital media organization based exclusively on social media platforms, focusing on giving a voice to all Africans both at home and abroad. In reality, the only voice it gives is to Kremlin propagandists. RT's expanded covert capabilities allow it to deepen coordination with traditional Russian intelligence services as they work to manipulate the outcome of democratic elections in the United States, but also around the world. For years, RT and its employees have coordinated directly with the Kremlin to support Russian government efforts to influence Moldova's elections, including the October 2024 presidential election. RT's leadership has leveraged Russian state-funded and directed media platforms to attempt to foment unrest in Moldova, likely with the aim of causing protests to turn violent. We believe RT will almost certainly leverage its expanded covert capabilities to coordinate with Russian intelligence services to try to manipulate the outcome of Moldova's upcoming election. As a result of these findings, today, we're imposing sanctions on 3 entities and 2 individuals for Russia's covert global influence operations, including interference in Moldova's democracy and its upcoming elections. The actions we're exposing today and the actions we exposed last week do not incorporate the full scope of Russia's efforts to undermine democracies. Far from it. Russian weaponization disinformation to subvert and polarize free and open societies extends to every part of the world. In response, today, the United States, the United Kingdom, and Canada are launching a joint diplomatic campaign to rally allies and partners around the world to join us in addressing the threat posed by RT and other machinery of Russian disinformation and covert influence. Under the using the internet intelligence diplomacy.
All right, because of time, we can't play the entire video, but now you are saying it, right? The allegation against the African stream. And now, this is not just the African stream. This is how they are targeting independent media who are bringing out the truth. Now, they said this media engaged in propaganda, right? When the United States is the chief architecture of propaganda. And by the way, that we say this, to use so-called African media, to use so-called host Negro African platform on the African continent, there is no independent media in the world. There is no independent reporters in the world. The media in the US, they report based on the interest of US. They have been trained before CNN, BBC, all of them, before they report on the US, it have to be approved. They all work together with the CIA, the FBI. They all work together. They are not going to bring any report that will make the US look bad or ugly. So use Negro set on the African continent in Black nation. And you just report on anything because the West want to report on it. Or if the West go and report on anything about Africa, then you go and take it and enlarge on it. Have you seen the US report any ills of what is happening in the US? You think they don't have ills? Have you seen the US talk about injustices that go on in the US? Have you seen CNN report about injustices, inequality? Have you seen ABC report on it? But it go on here. But they don't report on it. Because that will give a bad image to what they preach to the world. Now, that is not to say we Africans cannot solve our internal problem or we don't have internal problem. Let us be careful what we bring to the world. What we say to them. Because that's what they want to see. They talk about propaganda. Do you know how many billions of dollars the US spend in propaganda? In Africa's elections, in African issues, or around the world? Since when have the US speak about the goodness of Africa? Since when have any Western media speak about the goodness of Africa, the riches of Africa? The bravery, the determination, the resilience of Africa or African people? Since when have they report on it? But everything they report is all negative. That's propaganda educate you now. That is propaganda. But yet then, you, Anthony Blinken, Washington, D.C., you still go there to exploit our resources. That is propaganda. You don't talk about how Africa is rich. You don't talk about how Africa, you depending on the African continent to maintain your empire. You don't talk about that. That is propaganda. You spend billions of dollars for people to talk negative about Africa. That is propaganda. Because it is in your interest. Media report based on their interests. What will not divide their country? What will not divide their continent? And that is why even the American election, do you think it's fair? You think you have free and fair election in this country? But at the end of the day, what did media do? The only thing I would talk about the US that is much better than any other country that so-called think they practice democracy, the only thing that is so different from the US to those countries is after election, no protest. Everybody go by their business. Whether it was free, whether it was fair, everybody go. Unlike other African nations, after elections, protests go on. Killing, chaos, destruction. That's the only thing I will give to the US. But the US election as well is not fair. It have never been fair. There have been corruption. That is why when time comes for the elections, they close everything down. They monitor everything. No information coming from outside. Anything they come and say, oh, they person influence our election, they person, that's lie. No one influenced the American elections. Those are the things they put there to make the American people to go hate another people. No one influenced their election. That is why election, if anything happen in this country, they will tell you they don't want donation from outside. All donation come from within. Because once who feed you, dictate to you. So they can say, no donation from outside, donation inside. They block everything. If you outside you want to donate, it's not coming. It will not come. So it's just donation, just common donation. You outside, you're not US citizen, you're not in a country. You outside and you want to donate to a disaster within the US, it's not going to come. That alone to talk about elections, and then someone come and tell you, oh, someone want to manipulate our election, and you believe that? The election between McCain and Obama, it was not fair. Obama did not win that election because Obama won the majority vote. It was not fair. I will tell you here. That election was supposed to be given. Now, I'm not saying even McCain won the election either. But what I'm telling you here is that election was supposed to be given to McCain. But the only reason why they did not give it to McCain, because we are talking about at that time, George Bush, or was under George Bush, America was going on in depression again. Another Great Depression, right? So they took, now, and McCain was going with George Bush policy during that whole debate between McCain and Obama. McCain, everything McCain said was in policy in line with George Bush, when at that time, American citizens was leaving the US, going to different countries. They couldn't afford their mortgages, their rent. Life became hard. So they could not have afford McCain to come in when they want for George Bush to go, and then McCain come in with another policy of the same George Bush. That's how they put Obama there. But they didn't put Obama there because they want a black president, or because black people went and voted majority of the, or because they did not put Obama there because of that. Election in the US have been picked by the elite. Go and read about Lyndon B. Johnson during that time. And that's how it started. poor people never voted in the US. It was rich slave holder, business people who voted. Because they said if we allow poor people to vote, poor people going to vote poor people into power, and that will manipulate our financial stability. Then the question then becomes, if you say that, then how can black people start voting? Yes, black people, or let's say poor people started voting because in the 80s, or let's say in the 90s, 100 now, rich people don't live among poor people. And then poor people now start appointing poor people that live in a community for a senator position, senatorial position, representative position, Senate mayor in their community. Because rich people don't live there. Rich people live in rich people places. So when that starts happening, poor people start coming to government. That was when the electoral college came in. They said, if we allow these poor people who are not coming to government, we have to set a boundary. Why would a country that calls said democracy, the majority vote can win, and then they have to go and sit down for few people to go and make decisions? That was when electoral college came in, because they knew poor people are going to vote massively for people that live within their community, their county, their city, their state. They will vote for them. So you have to understand. So nothing changed. Nothing changed. Elite still got the cake of who to become president. Do you think they care about your vote? Do you think they care? Look, it's all shenanigan, because the way they portray themselves to the world, they have to keep it that way for the world to think, yeah, you people have election, this, that. You think it was because poor people wanted Obama to go in power, that's why Obama went there? That's what Obama said, I did not become president for black people. I did not become president for African people. I did not become president for poor people. Can't you understand when Obama made that statement? That means your vote did not count. Your vote did not put him there. He was big because they could not have put McCain there. You know what I mean? Your citizens leaving? Because America cannot afford for our citizens to leave. Because let's just put it this way. If hundreds of your citizens, 100, leave, go to different country, out of that 100, about 50 will not come back. 50 may come back and 50 may not come. You know what you're doing? You're losing population. You're losing manpower. Look at what they did to the African continent. That's why centuries upon centuries, we lost manpower to fight. You think these people stupid? They go by experience. What have happened, what they have done to other people, and what affected those people. You think they're going to say they're happy? So they could not put McCain in power because they were losing their citizens. So imagine thousands of people leave the US, or 100,000 people leave the US. Those 100,000, not all of them will come back. Wheresoever those 100,000 people going, thousands will stay there. And those thousands will have to defend our country. Those thousands will stay there, they start burning. And they will mingle with other female or male in our country. And they were born there, and those people will stay there. And their little resources that they have to take it with them. They are little cash. They have to take it from the bank and go with it. Now they are going to establish an economic power on the other side. America could not have afforded that. You have to open your mind. So they could not put McCain in. So the alternative was, no, McCain coming with job, which ideology, we cannot put him in. That's how they put Barack Obama in. Donald Trump, the election between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, Trump did not win. But at that time again, they was not ready for a female president. When they say the U.S. is not ready for a female president, you think they are talking about you common citizens? You think they're talking about you? When your pay depend on them. Before you get paid to pay your rent, they have to decide for you. You think you think they have time for you? Hillary Clinton won a majority vote. Why they couldn't put her in? They wasn't ready for that. They put Trump in. They put Trump in. Now, some of you may say, oh, Trump this, Trump that. Now, you can believe those media, what they say. But I'm not here to campaign for Trump or to what they call, but I'm just telling you the reality. And then the election between Trump and Joe Biden. You think Joe Biden won an election? They did not want Trump because Trump talk. He talk. You think because Trump hate, they say, oh, Trump hate black people, Trump this, and you fall for it? Oh, Trump is racist. You fall for that? You think it is? Now, what Biden told you? Biden told you, if you don't vote for me enough, you are not African. Since Biden came, what have he done? They say Kamala Harris, oh, I'm not president for black people. I'm not black. But now, Kamala Harris is on a part-time. She's doing part-time right now. Right now, she's black. Right now, she's sitting in a shop putting tomato ketchup on Burger King to eat it. Because they said that's how black people are. So right now, Kamala Harris, she's on part-time. And after the election, she's no longer part-time. I mean, she's no longer black. But now election time, that's the time Kamala Harris come and say, I was that little African-American, that little middle class suffering, and when I was growing up, that's the time she explained it. To get you in a state of mind that you will not understand. Meanwhile, it's not even about that. They don't care. They have already decided who to put in. American election is done already. They already know who the next president is. So I'm just telling you these things. You so-called black media, horse Negro, come to your senses. So Anthony Blinken, these are all propaganda that you do. So every media, every nation operate in the interest of that nation. Now, we are not against BBC, what they do. Hey, that's what they need to do. Which, of course, we know. We are not against CNN, what they need to do. Because it is about your nation. It is about your empire. It is about your interest. So how dare you go against African media too when they're working for their interest? Since when have your media report on any African nation or the African continent in a positive way? Every media, every Western media talk about Africa, poverty, HIV, Ebola. In fact, during the coronavirus, mainstream media never reported on how coronavirus going to affect America. How coronavirus going to kill thousands of Europeans, thousands of Americans, thousands of Westerners. No. But they all talk about Africa, how millions of Africans going to die. You see? Did we hold them responsible? Did we call them American propaganda or this? Yes, even though we talk about them that, hey, you have to stop this. Well, who went and accused them to say they are Anthony Blinken paid them to go do this? They never gave any good information about nation they call terror. Because that's how they do it to make people think that those people, that's how they are. Who questioned them? It's in your favor. Oh, let's continue here. We're ready for you today, Anthony Blinken. Anything we say here, we have evidence.
today let me talk about Pan-African content creation in Africa, which is very much under attack. So about 3-4 days ago, the United States Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, issued a statement claiming, without evidence, of course, that the Pan-African YouTube channel, African Stream, was financed by the Russian media, that is the Russia Today.
RT also secretly runs the online platform African Stream across a wide range of social media platforms. Now, according to the outlet's website, African Stream is, and I quote, a pan-African digital media organization based exclusively on social media platforms, focusing on giving a voice to all Africans both at home and abroad. In reality, the only voice it gives is to Kremlin propagandists.
And so he immediately after that statement, their YouTube channel was deleted. Their Facebook account was also deleted without any explanation as to why. Then, of course, their TikTok account was deleted the following day, and their Instagram, which was also very huge, was also deleted. Now, the reason he said that was because, let me go to that. So, as you know, the African Stream is a Pan-African YouTube. It started as a short YouTube, or the YouTube Shorts platform, that was making these smaller mobile videos on YouTube and TikTok. So their TikTok account and their YouTube account was very active because of those short version videos. They later started making long form videos where they would do podcasts, like the one I'm showing you right now. That was a podcast. And what happens basically is that they talk to Pan-Africanists and then ask them whether they can come to their show and talk about Africa. And as you can see, like in this photo here, these are guests who are Pan-African. One of them is actually wearing a shirt written Pan-Africanist. So you can see that's what basically I'm talking about. And in this one, they were talking about what? They were saying that they are anti-imperialist video. And they talked about anti-imperialism. They were talking about, mostly they talk about African issues. If you go to their website, they have Africa, they have a page for South Africa, a page for West Africa, North Africa, East Africa, Central Africa, and so on. So they only talk about Africa and mostly issues that affect Africans. They don't talk mostly about the West, they talk about us. And
sorry, folks, before I continue, right? So this is their website. So Anthony Blinken, we urge you, all right? Because we want to see your evidence. Now, this is a website right here for this African Stream. Now, when you go there, you see what they talk about. So, like you saw in the video here, and that's why I took this video, right? The narrator took his time, even though we're not going to play the entire thing because of time. But he took his time, right, to buttress Anthony Blinken's statement. So you saw on their website what they talk about. So everything they talk about, the videos, the article writing, everything are on their website. So you saw what he was talking about, how do you call it? So South Africa, North Africa, East Africa, Central Africa, everything there. So where Anthony Blinken came from? Where lies. Anthony Blinken, we want to see the evidence that this media is a Russian cover-up back media. Anthony Blinken, we want to see it. We want to see it. Stop sitting in your White House and lying. Stop creating lies. Because what you did is actually propaganda on the other way. You said this media is a propaganda media, but the reality here is you are a propagandist. What you did was propaganda. At this point, we believe you don't have evidence. That is propaganda. You guys should desist from this. You guys are the people that are making America to fail. And then at the end, you will go and start blaming other people. You will start blaming Africans. You will start blaming Africans. Oh, African continent don't like America. Why are you guys going to Russia? Why are you guys going to China? It is because of your behavior. No African have any choice to go to Russia or to go to China. But do you think Africans want to remain slave as you see and view us? You think so? You people are the people filled in this country. You people.
And the other thing is that it's becoming unwritten rule or a crime for African media to talk about the West, which is understandable, but they've also gone ahead to say that you cannot talk about ourselves now. For example, if you go to any media house, you can go to Daily Mail, for example. Up there, they have you go to Daily Mail. Up there, you find they have a page for Africa. You go there, they have so many stories on Africa, right? You go to Al Jazeera, the same thing. You go to BBC, they actually have a bureau, a huge office in Nairobi, Kenya, and another one in South Africa, and another one in Nigeria, dedicated to creating content on Africa. Same goes for DW. They have a very huge bureau in Africa, in Nairobi, and another one, I think, in Ghana or Nigeria, talking about Africa. The same also applies to France 24. They have a huge bureau somewhere in West Africa. They also have another one, I think, in Nairobi, that talks about African stories, and they are everywhere, and they talk about us. Now, if you look at these, the Guardian, sorry, you see the kind of stories they talk about. They will never talk about positive stories. You will never find a positive story on Africa like Tanzania launches their electric train on any of those media. They never want to show the world that Africa is not a poor country that is still living in the forests. They don't want to let the world know that we have electric trains just like they do. They don't want to talk about that. They only talk about things, negative stories. There's floods, the floods sweeping Africa. They will talk about Sudan war. They will be talking about things like Mpox. They love talking about Mpox. Today, if you go to all those platforms, the biggest stories from Africa or out of Africa is about the Mpox. They're saying that Mpox is a bigger threat than COVID-19, despite Mpox only infecting how many people in the east of Congo, right? Less than 100 people in the last 2 months. Less than 100 people have been infected by this Mpox, which is a contact kind of virus that it's not a big threat like that, but they're saying it's huge, it's bigger than COVID. We should close our border from Africans coming here. We should also impose that they all have vaccination against Mpox, even people from South Africa where they have never had a single case of Mpox. That's what they want. They want to make us lab rats or lab mice. They just want to give us the vaccines to allow us into their countries. They talk negative things about us. When you have a Pan-African YouTube channel that actually talks about African issues, it becomes a threat. And you know which one is not a threat? The harmless or less harmful ones are the comedy channels. So YouTube has made sure that the algorithm they have is trained to promote African comedy channels above African educational channels or African news channels. They do that. If you buy a new laptop today, you install the browser, you type youtube.com and you plug, after plugging it into the internet, you just don't type anything in the search. You just type youtube.com, the page comes there. The first thing you're going to see, if you are in Africa, are African comedy channels being promoted for you to watch. Even if you don't have a search history on that new gadget, you will have to watch comedy because they have made it so that Africans can only watch comedy and enjoy comedy. Why should an African think? Why should an African talk about real issues? That's not important. Talk about comedy, laugh, be happy. Be happy that you are a poor continent. So you go there, you find YouTube channels like Mark Angel. You go there, you find the other one from that guy from Nigeria who cross dresses like a woman and puts on makeup. What is his name? So you see, those are the huge channels that they promote. And it's not that people have those comedy, which they are not bad comedy, but the algorithm is trained to force people to watch it. They just will have to force you to watch it. If you're from Kenya, if you're from South Africa, Zambia, you go to YouTube, you won't see Zambian content, you see those comedy things. They've identified some comedy channels that they want to promote in Africa. And they've throttled traffic to Pan-African YouTube channels like Tunacheki, like African Insider, like Dispro. They've throttled content creator to African diaspora. They've now deleted African Stream because it was becoming fast and powerful and strong. They had to delete it and accuse it of receiving money from Russia. And what Anthony didn't tell the world is that you don't need so much money to create content. All you need is a camera. You can even use an old camera because the social media doesn't care about the type of quality of video. Even 720 pixel or P can work on YouTube. Even 360p can work, and people still get the message, because most of the time the viewers are using mobile phone in any case. They are not using huge TVs to watch this content. So you don't even need a very expensive camera to make content on YouTube or TikTok.
Based exclusively on social range of social media platforms. Now, according to the outlet's website, African Stream is, and I quote, a pan-African digital media organization based exclusively on social media platforms, focusing on giving a voice to all Africans both at home and abroad. In reality, the only voice it gives is to Kremlin propagandists.
All right, let's continue. Now, there's a reason why I took the video back. But let's see this here. So you saw on a website, right, what African mainstream does. And you saw from the video from the interpreter, right, how he went to various platforms of Western media, of Washington, D.C. media. And you see what they report on, right? That's what we want to ask Anthony Blinken. Are those not propaganda? What better information have they given to the good American citizens about how Africa is? But everything they give to the good American citizen is bad, coming from Africa. But yet then, Anthony Blinken, why are you in Africa backing African leaders, bribing African leaders, the puppets? Not to disengage with Africa, with America, because they know, or you know, your survival is on Africa. Anthony Blinken, why are you not telling the good American citizen, the good American people, that we have lied to you people? The truth here is America depends on Africa to survive. Why are you in a third world country, in a stinking poverty country, Anthony Blinken? Why are you backing Africans? Yes, Anthony Blinken, yes, the U.S. is backing Africans for its natural resources. You don't want to say it? We will say it. You are a beggar. The U.S. backing Africans. The U.S. bribe African leader. Yes, the U.S. is corrupt. The fact that you engage in bribery with African leaders who are corrupt, that in itself, you are corrupt. The U.S. cannot survive in Africa without bribery. You didn't tell them that? If that's propaganda, oh, you want us to be bringing evidence about what you have done in Africa? Anthony Blinken, you got to stop it. Anthony Blinken, stop it. We love America. Don't get it wrong. But if we get there, we will get there. You want us to start breaking information, evidence about what you have been doing in Africa, bribing African leaders? Because you speak about corruption. The fact that you go and bribe African leaders, you are corrupt. You do not want to work accordingly. Anthony Blinken, stop it. This is a different Africans, or these are different Africans. This is a different generation. Stop it. Stop it. This is a different time. Don't make meaningful Americans to see all that. Oh, they don't like America. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Stop it. Be a good leader to your people by doing the right thing. America will be safe. Let me say this again. Do the right thing and America will be safe. This is a different time period. Do the right thing and America will be safe. If you don't want to listen, listen. If you don't want to listen, don't listen. But do the right thing and America will be on the right path. But with the path you're on, nobody coming along with you and nobody taking a path. You are going alone and you are on your own. If you want to see this great nation go down, continue to be on the path you are on. You cannot continue to be exploiting people. It's not going to work. You got to take different path now. You cannot continue to be lying. It can't work forever. Take different path now. Because the more you do, the more you expose yourself. And the truth is, you have bad history. Let's be frank here. You have bad history. Because the last time I saw you on the African continent talking about we want to kind of re-strengthen a U.S. relationship with Africa. Do you have good relationship with Africa? When we began to name your relationship with Africa, you think Africa will do business with you? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. To say we're coming to re-strengthen our relationship with Africa. What relationship did you strengthen there before? If you are doing the right thing, you think African will be running to China? You think African will be asking for Russia? Or you think African will be going to any other nations or any other continent? You think so? Go back to your closet. Take responsibility of what you have done. Go back to your table and take responsibility of what you have done. If you think you're going to continue on the same path, you get it wrong, because that's where your destruction is coming. Because people are going, people leaving you, and that's the reality. Now, I took that video back because Anthony Blinken said, African stream engaged in propaganda. Well, how many millions of dollars, how many thousands of dollars African mainstream or African media or African stream have to engage in propaganda? How many millions of dollars? Because when you talk about propaganda, you got to be well equipped. When you talk about propaganda, you got to have money. Anthony Blinken. Let me bring one evidence against you here. Say you talk about propaganda. You talk about propaganda. That will tell you how propaganda works and how you have been working. Now, first of all, if you look down here on the bottom of this video, it says U.S. militarizing itself to death. U.S. is militarizing itself to death. While China emphasis cooperation. Now again, I'm not speaking for China. Okay, and I'm not speaking for U.S. either. And I didn't put this here. All right? But Anthony Blinken talked about propaganda. Anthony Blinken, this is a different time period. Propaganda is not an easy thing to do. You have to have the tools. And African strength does not have the tools or the equipment or the power to engage in propaganda. So stop lying to the American people. Let's see here how propaganda works and how the US have. Let's see here.
Comparable, but imagine that China was obsessed with arming Hawaii to become an independent state. I wonder how Washington would react to something like that. I'm a PhD in sociology from way back in time at Lund University in South Sweden. So I'm a social scientist, and I've specialized all my academic life on peace studies. That is a branch of social studies where we deal with reducing violence exactly as a doctor reduces diseases if he or she can, and then disseminating this through research, public outreach, and activities on the ground. I worked in a lot of war zones and tried to heal wounds after wars. It's always very difficult to find the reality beneath.
All right, sorry, folks. We're going to go back to the video. What you just saw, that's the current president of the United States, Joseph R. Biden. Who was he with? The Chinese president, Xi Jinping. Why did he go there? For the interest of the US. Now, you're making deal with China. You're making business with China. You're building relationship with China. But yet then, go to Africa, go to other nations, go to other continents, and tell them, don't make deal with China. China is a relationship with China is bad. Don't do this with China. That's propaganda. Anthony Blinken, don't you know that? You go to China and making business with them, building relationship for American interests, for Washington DC interests. But yet then, because look, you go to China because there is something China have that you don't have, and there is something you have that China don't have. So you want to get to China what you have and get from China what you don't have that China have to build yourself, to empower yourself, to equip yourself. But yet then, go to Africa and tell them, don't go to China. China is bad. China is this. China that. China don't love you. China this. China that. And then you punish Africans from building relationship with China. You punish African media from talking about how African government or African leader should operate with China. Or you don't want to see that. That is propaganda, Anthony Blinken. That's the current president. That's not past president. That's the current president, Anthony Blinken, that you work with in China. That's not US. He went to China. That is propaganda. You're making Africans to hate China, but you're doing business with China behind African back. That's propaganda. Now, am I saying it's bad? No, you gotta work for your interests. But then, why Africans can't work for their interests? You are hateful. You hate Africa. Let me make it clear. But that, you hate Africa, Anthony Blinken. Let's continue. We have not get to the main part. Let's continue.
Those types of personal meetings. My quick reading on CNN and BBC and others of what happened yesterday was a benevolent Chinese president who emphasized cooperation, who emphasized that we must solve humanity's problems together, etc. And a Biden who, if he's clear in his brain for some short period, tries to say the same, but then immediately after he gets a question at the press conference, do you still think that Xi Jinping, the Chinese president, would you still call him a dictator? Well, I think his formulation is, I spent more than 60 hours with the Chinese president, and yes, I would. And the answer is why? And the question is from Biden, because he runs a communist country that is different from ours. Now, if that's your attitude, if that's your intellectual level, that somebody who runs a country.
Now, again, let's go back to Africa. Now, what I'm saying here, this video, I don't care what relationship between US and China. I don't care. I don't care what is being said in here, right? But we are using it to make references about the African continent. That's their business. What they say here, whether he says Xi Jinping is what, we don't care about that. But let's go back to the African continent. Now, the point I want to make here is, before we get to what I want to say about Anthony Blinken, what I want to say here is, what have democracy done on the African continent? I mean, American democracy. What better have American democracy or so-called frequent election done on the African continent? Nothing good, nothing better. But infiltrating leaders that's supposed to serve rightfully for Africans. And then leaders who are not in the interest of Africa, but in the interest of the West and Washington, D.C., those are the people that end up being in power. That's the form of American democracy. What have American democracy done for Libya? Let's go there now. Let's go there. Now, if democracy was right, didn't America give democracy to Libya? Didn't it? Didn't it? Now, compare the American democracy in Libya today with the leadership that was not a democratic leadership under Gaddafi in Libya. Compare it. Which one will you go for? American democracy in Libya or non-democracy under Gaddafi? Which one will you go for? I believe even if you ask the Libya today, right now, they will tell you, say, the non-democracy under Gaddafi. Now, what I want to say here is, American form of democracy is meaningless and is useless on the African continent. I'm not saying it's meaningless in America or it's useless in America. I'm saying it's useless and meaningless in Africa, on the African continent, in African nation, because it has done nothing good. Name me one country in Africa. Name me one country in, I'm not saying 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean one. Just name me one country in Africa that is fully practiced with American democracy that the people benefit. Name me one country in Africa that is not suffering right now, that is not crying. Even in Africa, we are tired with democracy. Even in Africa, the little child, even the 10 years old babies in Africa right now will tell you we do not need democracy. Because they have come to realize democracy that was not under Gaddafi, Libya was better. Libya was not a democratic nation under Gaddafi, but Libya was better. Libya was one of the most flourishing nations in Africa. Not a democratic nation, but the people enjoy its resources. Name me a country in this world where the people enjoy the resource, they don't have to work. They want to get married, money already prepared for them. They're getting 50,000. They get married, they're getting another 50,000 to go get a home. Name me the country in Africa that does that. Or in the world that does that. Not forget about Africa. Name me the country in the world that does that. But America came and lied to you. Washington came and lied to you. And said we got better form of democracy that we will give you. That the 50,000 Gaddafi giving you, American democracy will give you 100,000 when you get married. They give me a lot to you. American democracy will give you 100,000 to go get home. and you fall for it. That's how we Africans, we always like to regret. Africans always like to regret. They don't think before doing things. They always like to regret. When a white man comes to them and tell them this, they go and take it. Then at the end, they start regretting. How long will we continue to regret? How long will we continue to take the BS from these people? Let's continue here.
According to different principles, is by definition a dictator. I mean, if you think somebody is a dictator, you will treat that person and his country in a different way from if you think he's just a different kind of leader from us, but he's okay.
Show your daughter how much you love her with this beautiful gift. It says,
the United States of America and much of the Christian world cannot live without somebody who is different, threatening, non-believers, don't do what we tell them to do, and who do not accept mission. So I believe that that has been sped up, let's say, since the last 5 to 10 years. If I give you an example, I think it's now 5 years ago, that the Congress passed a law, and listen carefully, a law which set off $1,500 million, $1.5 billion, over 5 years to train Western journalists in writing negative stories about China.
All right, that's what I wanted to get. Now, Anthony Blinken, you see how propaganda works? You don't have money, you can't do propaganda. $1.5 billion you invested. You invested in media to go run propaganda. Now, this reporter or this guy talk about China, right? But that's what they do in Africa. That's what the US have done in Africa. That's why you see mainstream media do not give any report better or good about Africa. What? Now, Anthony Blinken, do you see how propaganda works? In fact, you went in Washington, D.C., you put it into law, you make it into law, and you pass it. 1.5 billion Africans shouldn't get money to go run eating. You think we're stupid to run propaganda? You think we're stupid? Oh, so when we talk about our freedom, when we expose you that propaganda, Nelson Mandela told us your enemy is not our enemy, and your enemy will never be our enemy. You say you believe in Nelson Mandela, but why can't you take Nelson Mandela philosopher? Why you will come every year and come loud to African? You know what? It baffles me to see the West being a keynote speaker for Nelson Mandela days or for Nelson Mandela celebration. It baffles me a lot. Why should Westerners come and go to Africa to be the keynote speaker on Nelson Mandela Day? These people do not believe in Nelson Mandela because Nelson Mandela told them in their faces, your enemy is not our enemy, and despite our enemy is not your enemy. If you are enemy to Russia, we are not enemy to Russia. If you are enemy to Cuba, we are not enemy to Cuba. And you made it clear. Yasser Arafat was there to our struggle when Israel was doing apartheid in Africa, when the US supported Israel, when finances and Arab means to destroy Africans in South Africa. Yasser Arafat was there. So Yasser Arafat is your enemy. Yasser Arafat is not our enemy. He told the US. Why can the US go by that? But they will come and say they can't be keynote speaker, and you go and sit down on these people. You be mumu. The US supported apartheid and said it was right. There was nothing wrong with that. And then the same US will come and tell you Asia should be your friend. Why were South Africans don't have issue with Israel? when Asia is doing the same thing today that they did to South Africa, and the US is doing the same thing today that the US did when Asia was in South Africa, and to the South African, when Asia is doing the same apartheid today in other nations, and the US supporting them. Asia did the same thing in South Africa, and the US supported them. So when South Africa go and share sympathy with nations that are on apartheid today, the US, you want for South Africa to come and be on the side of US or on the side of Asia, when the same thing that other nations are going through today in the hands of Asia, and you did the same thing to them, you did the same thing to them. Do you see? Meaningful American, do you see how the leaders of this country are taking this country more back and back and back and back and back? Do you see how things are coming out? Do you see why people are rejecting the US or why people are disengaging themselves from the US? Do you see it? They will not like platform like this because I'm telling you what they are doing. I'm educating you what they are doing and why people are drifting away from the US. Some of you don't know. You may be wondering why this is happening. Why this is happening. This is why this is happening. Because they want you to remain ignorant. Anthony Blinken, you spend $1.5 billion to run propaganda. Don't play with us. This is a different generation. Because anything you say, we are going to find the information. We are going to dig more behind it. And the more you talk, the more you put yourself in problem. The more you want to carry on this same colonial attitude, the more you put yourself in problem. Because the evidence are there. So the more you start going African channel, African media, the more you create more enemy. Don't think we're gonna like you because you try to silence us. That's how we're gonna, and that is it. That's not even how we're gonna think. That is it. You try to silence us. You don't want to listen to us. You don't want our freedom, and that's how we're gonna say, and that's how we're gonna come. You are against our freedom. Now we're gonna see you as the problem. And which is true. So I don't want you to continue with that path to go African media and start lying. In fact, the worst thing is to lie, to say they are dead, because that's how Washington DC is known for lying. Yes, you lie, Washington DC. You lie too damn much. You call Nelson Mandela a terrorist, then you turn around again and celebrate it, man. You see how you lie? You call Dr. King a terrorist. You put you on the terrorist list. Then every year, then you come to black people to celebrate. You are a liar. You pretend. You are a hypocrite. Stop it. You call Malcolm S an extremist. You now work with him, but today you want to put him in a frame, in a hall of fame, to be respected. Then why are you doing it? Why did you call him extremist? Why were you against what he was fighting for? Then today, you want to recognize him, to put him in museum, that he was a great man. Washington DC. Stop that. That's hypocrite. You are lying to the people. Stop deceiving the people. If you never believe in him, continue not to believe in him. But not come in. Stop. Stop that. You call Nkrumah a terrorist. You put him on a terrorist list. Was Nkrumah a terrorist? Does he resemble a terrorist? You have the terrorists all around. You're not going after them, but you're going after freedom fighter. You're going after people who want to see the truth. But in fact, you feed the terrorists. You feed the terrorists. You give the army ammunition. Then you gave army ammunition to the Arab Spring to kill Gaddafi. Everything we say, the evidence are there. And then what happened? Hillary Clinton came and said, we win, we saw, we kill, and we conquer. Those were her statements. Those were her statements. Anthony Blinken, after the one that killed Gaddafi, she was happy. When Obama said the greatest mistake he ever done was to go kill Gaddafi, that showed to her that Obama was not the president. Obama was not doing it because he was doing it. He was led to do it. And then Hillary Clinton, she was rejoicing and said, yes, we won, we saw, we kill, we conquer, we kill. Did you see that? Let's continue here. But let's see what Anthony Blinken wants. He don't want to see Africa free or Africa doing anything right? Let me tell you what he hates. This is what Anthony Blinken hates. Let me tell you what Anthony Blinken hates. And let me tell you what he likes. But I'm going to tell you what he hates. What he don't want to see. Let me tell you what he don't want to see. Hopefully that's the right one I'm breaking out here. Let me see. If not, I will take it out. Let me see here. Let me tell you what Anthony Blinken. Okay, this is not it. I will bring this later. I'll bring this later. This is not what I want to bring. I will bring this. I'll bring this. Let me tell you what Anthony Blinken hates about Africa. What he don't want to see. This is what Anthony Blinken hates. And that's what made Anthony Blinken a hateful man. That's why I made Anthony Blinken, he do not like Africa. He hates Africa. We will say it the way we're supposed to say it because of his behavior. Anthony Blinken hates Africa.
Will you say that starting Africa's first, sportswear in terms of shoes in Africa, was it really worth it?
It was so much worth it. I would say I wish someone started it a long time ago so that I was creating a competing brand, But it's definitely worth it. It's what you see, the opportunities it creates, the pride it creates, and I'm like, we need to have more things that we are proud of.
And how does this make you feel?
I'm happy with my life. I feel like I am fulfilled, like I'm doing something which, if I get to the end of life, I don't have any questions. I said, can this be done? I said, let's try. And I tried it. Whatever the outcome, I tried it. And I'm happy that I got to that point.
If you had the chance to change one thing in Africa, what will it be?
I would make us a United States of Africa. I would put everybody under one, let us work as a unit as opposed to fragments.
Saying this, which means that there is a reason behind it.
Yes.
What is the reason why you're saying
The reason is simple. Our bargaining power is better, and that's for everything. All our resources. It's easy, let's say, for example, to step on DRC if you know you're going to get it from Rwanda, or to step on Kenya if you're going to get it from South Africa. However, since the resources are coming from here, what happens in a monopoly, if I was to say that, it means we dictate and we say, you know what, we actually think the value of Ghana's cocoa is this much, take it or leave it. We actually think the price of titanium or cobalt is this much, take it or leave it. The world needs our resources, but as long as we are fragmented, then we get crumbs, It's the same thing with the athletic footwear industry, where we were just getting a few athletes winning prize money. They're not even in manufacturing. They're not. So we get the small things, but when you stop and look around, you're like, hey, we're actually the people who can dictate how things go on. And I think when we realize that as Africans, not only will we change, but I think the world order will change as well.
Is there any day that you're trying to fetch maybe raw materials from a different African country?
Yeah.
And that's been a major challenge.
Yeah, it has. I was trying to see if we could source things from Rwanda, we could source from Ethiopia. But I think ultimately the tariffs, there's just small challenges you find across, when you go to the border. I was really hopeful that the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement would make changes. And maybe, I don't know, sometimes you say, let's be patient.
No,
but I'm also like, patience, it's painful because you're losing so much. Whereas I wish that once they signed it, I could just walk into Rwanda and say, okay, let's do this and work together. I think we have so much more to benefit.
I think from this video, I'm going to request a meeting with the CEO of the African Free Trade, because I've been interviewing so many people and they also complain about the exact same thing, which means that the initiative of the African Free Trade is just on paper, not on the ground.
It is on paper, but I would also say, I would be like, I think for it to work, we need to make it work. You know, like I think there's so much the office can do, but ultimately the countries need to decide to make it operational because you're relying on political will. And so there's a speech of Thomas Sankara. He made it a long time ago, but I'm just repeating what he says, you know. And he was talking about we have a better chance together when we're united. And I really wish that African countries could just wake up and agree. You know, the same way you woke up and came to Mombasa, we just say, okay, I'm coming to Ghana, no tariffs, let's do it. You're coming to Kenya, no tariffs, let's do it. I don't think it should be as complicated as we've made it.
All right, so this is Toby. She's about to fly this plane.
All right. I just brought that in, right, to show that those are the things Anthony Blinken do not want to see on the African continent. Those are the things Anthony Blinken hates. Anthony Blinken may come to you, oh, we need to build sustainable development. Look, Anthony Blinken's father said the same thing when he was in power in Washington, D.C. or whatsoever in the world. He said his father, in fact, his grandfather, Anthony Blinken's grandfather said the same thing. Oh, sustainable development in Africa, good partnership. His grandfather died. His father came in. His father said the same thing. No sustainable development there. No, nothing but chaos, looting. And then now Anthony Blinken himself in power, and then he said the same thing. Sustainable development. We need to negotiate, re-strengthen our relationship. You never have no good relationship. What are you going to strengthen? You never build nothing. What are you going to strengthen? Let's continue here. Those are the things Anthony Blinken hates, and that's why Anthony Blinken hates Africa and he hates Africans. We will say it. Come for us. Come for us. We are many. You hate Africa and you hate African, Anthony Blinken. You Jewish. I'm not saying he's a Jew. There's a difference between Jew and Jewish. Jewish is the fake, and the Jew are the right, the original people, and the Jewish are the fake people. So Anthony Blinken, he hates African, he hates black people. Fire for fire. Let's continue. We know you're going to come, but come. Come. We are many. You think it is those days where you go and kill one African leader, and then the whole thing dissolves, and then African can rise up. It's done. Do you think it is those days when you took out Margot Garvey and then the UNIA? That was the end. You think you still live in those days? Oh, I see. You think it is those days when you went and killed Patrick Lumumba, and then that was it. His whole idea failed. And then it took you another years to continue the exploitation. Oh, you think we're in those days, right? I see. You think we live in those days where you went and killed Thomas Sankara, and then everything went back again down the drain. Oh, you think it is those days? Oh, I see. I see. You don't know what time it is. You yourself is your downfall. If you think you stay in those days, you better get out. You know the movie, Get Out, right? Okay. I'm just warning you, get out. But let me tell you what Anthony Blinken like on the African continent, what he like. Now, Anthony Blinken is talking about propaganda, right? Anthony Blinken, Washington, D.C., the White House, congressmen, your lawmaking body are sitting running propaganda against Africans. How they hate Africans. Did you make comment? Did you talk? Oh, when we open our loud mouth and talk, it means we have evidence. Like I said, if we don't have evidence, we will not talk. We will not come here. We better go. But anytime we speak on issue here, We speak because we have it. And that is why we're unapologetic. You hate Africa, Anthony Blinken, and you hate African. You are not a good man. In fact, at this point, by the power vested in me, I'm telling Africans, anytime you see Anthony Blinken on the African continent, boo him. Anytime you see the Secretary of the United States on the African continent, in any African nation, boo him. He hates African, he hates Africa. Let's get there. Let me tell you. Because he never spoke on these. When U.S. Congressman sat down and threatened African, Anthony Blinken, being a U.S. Secretary General, he never spoke on it. He loved it. He adored it. That is why anytime you see on the African continent, boo him. Roll it out. I say it. I'm comfortable now. Now go in your White House and say, oh, there is one platform or WCC or they are Russian funded cover up. Go now, go and say it, because we are telling African, you hate Africans. You dislike African. You don't like Africa. You are fake. You don't want to do no good business with Africa. You are fake, Anthony Blinken. Let's see the thing you want to see in Africa. Let's see here. This is what Anthony Blinken wants to see in Africa.
Consent to enter into the congressional record part 2 of the interim report that I have prepared for the House of Representatives entitled Unwelcome in Niger. Without objection. Mr. Speaker, I rise to warn this body of the deteriorating conditions in the African country of Niger and to give rise to the concern of service members and contractors. More than 1,000 of them right now are functionally being held hostage in Niger. They are being used as pawns during a negotiation that has left America at the bended knee of third world criminals and thugs as our troops seek medicine and fresh water and troop rotations.
Sorry, folks. We're going to get to the video what I want to talk about. Let me make reference here. Anthony Blinken, you are a hypocrite. You talk about propaganda. Did you see this lawmaker, this idiot? Did you come out to correct him? He called an African thought. Anthony Blinken, did you tell him those are human beings, you don't call them thought? Who this man is? He feel his God? He feel his human? This man called an African less human being. The same way in the 1600, you call African 3/5 of a lesser human being. You say your dog, your animal were better. They were first citizens. You said we were not even first citizens, second, third, fourth, but you said we were fifth. That's the same way. Anthony Blinken, 2024, your lawmaking body, one of them sat down and called a thought and called 3/5 of a lesser human being. Anthony Blinken, where are you? Did you talk? Did you call him? Did you summon him? Did you come out in your White House to talk about this? And said, no, Africans are not taught. Did you do it? You see right here? That's why we say what we want to say. That's why we say we should boo you when you go on the African continent. That's why we say you hate African. You think we just say you hate African because we want to say it? You hate Africans. Or because we say you are a liar. You think we just saying that because we want to say it? Anthony Blinken, you are a liar. You are hateful. You are a devil. Anthony Blinken, you are a devil. You are a demon. Have you made a statement on this? And men are called African thoughts. You see, Anthony Blinken, this is the same thing you guys do in the US. This is the same thing you guys do to black people here. You insult black people. You see them as 3/5 of a lesser human being. You disregard them. You don't listen to their plight, to their voices, to their interests. You don't represent them equally. Your justice system is unjust. And then when they decided not to fight for you no more, then you make it as a crime. You say, if you don't fight for all, you'll be a criminal. Then you go back to your 13th Amendment that never abolished slavery. You say you are free, but once you commit crime, we put you in jail and send you to the plantation. So now, when Africans decided we will not fight for America, we are not joining the army, then you go back and you say it will be a crime if you don't fight, if you don't sign a selective service. It will be a felony if you don't sign a selective service. That means, don't forget about the 13th Amendment, you are not free. Because in that point, you will be a criminal. We will put you will be a felony. We will put you in jail, and then from there, you will have to go fight for your freedom. You see that? That's the same thing they do to the African continent. What is being done here, it is being done on the African continent. What is being done on the African continent against African people, it is being done here against African people. Anthony Blinken, you hate Africans. You hate black people. You are not good. You are the devil. You are the devil the Bible speak about. You are the devil the Bible speak about. You are the demon the Bible speak about. Anthony Blinken, you are the devil. You are not good. You are hateful. Did you speak about this? When this man, this idiot, talk about Africans are taught. A whole continent, you call out thoughts. Anthony Blinken. But just go to the African leaders. And then these people will come by and say, our counterpart, and you agree. Do you know what Adam Smith said in the 1800s? Treat the slave the way the slave want to be treated. If you will have to sit down on the table with the slave and break bread and wine, do it. Because once you do that, the slave in his mind, he's not slave, but he's still a slave because he will continue to do the way of the slave master. Even if the slave is sick, take them for treatment to the same hospital you can go to. He will feel in his mind, he's not slave, but mentally, he's still on a chain because he's still going to be productive. The issue here with Adam Smith in the 1800s was about productivity. He said, you don't have to beat the slave. You don't have to insult the slave. You don't have to drag him on the car and then drag him. You don't have to make him feel that he's slave. You don't have to make him feel that he's not worthy. And that is why you have people like Lena Thomas Greenfield that will want to come to her. She's a slave. Those are the people that have been trained that Adam Smith was talking about. You have people like Lord Austin. They are slave-like. They don't know that they are slave, but they are slave, and they are doing the way of the slave master. That was what Adam Smith said to them. He said, if it costs for you to get the slave power, get the slave power. He would think you're on the same line, but he's a slave. As long productivity is being carried out, do it. But Anthony Blinken, we come back to you. Let's continue with this man here.
How did we get here with more than 1,100 Americans endangered right now in Niger?
Now, Anthony Blinken, you want to talk about propaganda? Your lawmaker, Washington, D.C., is a propagandist. There is no American in Niger starving. There is no American at that time when this video was being made. No American was in Niger starving. No American was on a hostage. No American was being arrested. But what this lawmaker did was propaganda to make American citizens to go out against Africans, to see Africans as barbaric, the same way they do to Africans in America here. That's what I was trying to do here. Sat down in a prestige house, and this garbage and rubbish coming from his mouth. And all of you sat down there. never corrected him. Anthony Blinken. Then when African Stream came out to talk about the issues, when we talk about these things, then you say we are Russian funded cover media? Anthony Blinken, don't get it twisted. You are your own downfall. Do you want for Africans to sit down and close their mouth on this? When this man is calling African second class or thought, when this man is saying they should take drones to go kill Africans, and you want us to sit down and close our mouth. So when we talk about these things, then you say we hate America. Who is the one hating? Who is the one hating? Anthony Blinken, you hate Africans. You hate Africa. You hate the progress of Africa. You are being one of the problems that is going on in the African continent. Anthony Blinken, you hate Africans. We don't want to see you on the African continent. We will boo you out. Anthony Blinken, you hate Africans.
Well, it started back in March of 2023. Secretary of State Antony Blinken went to Niger and proclaimed that it was a model of resilience, a platform for great.
Now, let me explain. At the time he's talking about, when Anthony Blinken went to Niger, and Anthony Blinken said Niger was a model democracy, and at the Bazoum was in power. The American puppet was in power. That's the kind of thing Anthony Blinken like to see on the African continent. Oh, when Bazoum was in power, at that time, Africa was first class. You see, that's a slave mentality. And that's what Adam Smith was talking about. It doesn't matter when a slave is treating her own people. But as long what a slave is doing is in the interest of the West, of Washington, D.C., we don't care if they can kill their people. And that time is democracy. It's democracy. When Bazoum was in power, that was democracy. That's the time Anthony Blinken went there and praised the government. But when Asaita Goita or Semi, right, when they went and removed Bazoum, then that's the time Niger became a thought. So that's the time he's talking about. He's not talking about recently. But do you see Anthony Blinken? You hate African. At that time you went to Africa, you went to Niger, you saw the life of the people. You saw how people were suffering. You saw people on the street begging. You saw no electricity, no food, nothing. But the uranium supply power to Europe and America. You saw that as a good governance. You saw that as a democracy. You praise the government. But today, you want to go kill them. You want to kill your drone. You never spoke of this, Anthony Blinken. But you go against a small African media that educated Africans about the West influence in Africa is bad. It's not of good. And you say they are Russian cover all back. That's how you want to lie to the American? No. We will educate the meaningful American. Let's continue here.
Democracy would be where America would execute its Africa strategy. 1 year later, almost to the day, there was a coup in Niger. And guess who overthrew the government that we said was the great model of resilience? People we trained. We trained the coup leaders to go throw out the democratically elected.
So I'm not saying it, right? Anthony Blinken, you see why you are a devil, Anthony Blinken? You see why you hate Africans? You train these people to be removing African leaders who will not be the puppet to America. Anthony Blinken, you see, you are the devil. You see, the hole you dug, you yourself will go into your own hole. If America will fall, look, it's not going to be because of Africa. It's not going to be because of China. It's not going to be because of Russia. It's going to be because of your leaders in power. It's going to be because of your doing. You said it. We didn't say it. The same leader, the same people you train to be overtaking African leaders in Africa who will refuse to be American puppets, who will refuse to honor American foreign policy. The same people you train to go be killing those people, it is the same people that went and remove your government you call democracy. That's what Mark Gaze said. This lawmaker is called Mark Gaze. That's what he said. Now you heard it. Anthony Blinken. We're not saying it. You said it. Oh, so you want us to come and praise America when you are the cause of the demise of Africans? Oh, Anthony Blinken, you hate Africans.
Elected government of Niger. And I know this will surprise you, but after that occurs, they say they want our bases that U.S. taxpayers have poured more than $1 billion into gone. They want our service members gone. And
Now, let me make this clear. They want your bases out because you spend billions of dollars and build drone in the name of what? Fighting terrorists. But you cannot fight the terrorists. Who in their right mind going to, spend billions of dollars to build base, to build drone? But the terrorists do not have drone. The terrorists do not have that billions of dollars to equip themselves. You are well sophisticated and equipped, but you can't fight the terrorists. You can't win the terrorist. You can't even face the terrorist. But at the end, at the same time, Africans are still dying in the hands of the terrorists. At the same time, the terrorists have the modern equipment, the modern weapon, than the military of that country. Ha! Come to find out, you are the one funding the terrorists. Oh yeah, the Nigerian army did report on it before. And said, Medecins Sans Frontières was giving medical treatment to Boko Haram when they're supposed to be giving it to the Nigerian army. NGOs! You fund these terrorists. And then when they say get out, you have problem with it. You spend billions of dollars to build base. That means the billions of dollars you spent to build base, it was not to fight terrorists. It was to overtake Africa. And that's why you train those people. You were there to give information on how to track African leaders who will disobey your selfish foreign policy, and then you send this leader to go and kill or assassinate that leader. That's why your base was for, to spy. Anthony Blinken, did you speak about this?
And so I came to this floor after hearing from some of my constituents who were stationed in Niger. And after the overthrow of the government, there weren't resupply flights. They said, Congressman, we are going to be out of medicine in May if we don't get this sorted out. 3 days after I filed part 1, show those leaders and those thugs what the government or any other third world and the food are. Even bring a bag through the airport. We know that Russians are behind the wire. You know what a real U.S. president would do? Say that C-130s are on their way to Niger today with the water and the medicine and the food our troops need, that they will have a full fighter pilot escort there. And if the Nigerian government or any other third world thug tries to even turn on their air defense systems, we should show those leaders and those thugs what the target package looks like on their houses and their family members, because it should not be Americans that are.
All right, let's continue. So Anthony Blinken, did you see that? Was it the Chinese that said we will take our drone and go kill those thoughts? To go kill those Africans? Was it the Russians that said it? Was American? In fact, not just a common citizen. That's the thing that baffled me. He's not just a common citizen. This is a lawmaker. This is an influential man in the U.S. Congress. Made that statement. And Anthony Blinken, you saw it. Corey Ottawa, Anthony Blinken, what are you doing in a third world country? What do you want for the third world country? What do you want a third world country support What do you want to tell our country resources? What are you doing to tell our country strengthening your bilateral relationship with them? Anthony Blinken, what are you doing in a third world country? You have nothing to do in a third world country because a third world country can give you nothing. They need something from other first world country, as you claim. Why are you angry when they say get your Satokas out of our country? Why are you angry? Why are you now planning coup d'etat against Abraham Traore? Why? You call them third world country. Why do you want to see those leaders dead? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Anthony Blinken, did you comment? Did you speak on this? Let's be real here. Let's be real. Did you speak on this? From this rubbish, this threat, that's a threat that came from a lawmaker. Did you speak on this? Did you summon him on this? But you see, Anthony Blinken, I don't blame you. I blame people like Nana Akufo-Addo, who came. I don't blame what Mark said in this video. I blame people like Nana Akufo-Addo, who came and sat with you to sell his brother. I don't blame Mark. Anthony Blinken, I don't even blame you. I blame people like Nana Akufo-Addo, who are acting like a slave. Those are the people Adam Smith was talking about, because Nana Akufo-Addo is a slave. Like, I blame him. Instead of him looking at what Abraham Traore is doing is the right thing, but he came and sat down with his slave master and told his slave master for his slave master to carry a drum. So what Mark said in this video, he was just quoting Nana Akufo-Addo, because Nana Akufo-Addo came and sat down with Anthony Blinken. Paul Blinken. To use their drum to go and assassinate Abraham Traore, to go and assassinate Assimi Goïta, to go and wage war on Niger. So I don't blame Mark when Mark said it. Mark is just quoting from Nana Akufo-Addo, an African president. Africa. Africa. Why? Those are the kind of things Anthony Blinken won on the African continent. Now, let's see another thing Tony Blinken won here. Let's see another one. Now, I'm going to skip this video all the way, okay? We're just going to get to the part what I want because we're running out of time.
Senator Young.
Here again, this video again, right? It's in Congress. This is a senator now again, okay? So Anthony Blinken see these things. Anthony Blinken is part of these things. And these are all plots against Africa. Anthony Blinken, did you talk about this? Did you say no? No, we need to take different path. We need to take different path building our relationship with Africa. Anthony Blinken, I'm asking you. Did you talk about this? Or you pay blank ear to it, or it favor you? These are lawmakers just like you. These are makers, lawmakers, decision makers just like you. And look at their plan. Look at their plot. And then you want for African to sit down and be muted and don't talk about this? When you have this evil plan against, Washington, D.C., you have these evil plans against Africa. You want for Africans to sit down and keep quiet and keep muted? And then when we speak, then you say we hate you, we like China, we like Russia? I think there is a better way to put it. And a better way to put it is to take responsibility of your action.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to pull a bit on that thread about the importance of having ambassadors in place. It's unbecoming of a great power. It is indeed embarrassing to our professionals like Secretary Campbell and to members of Congress alike, and it's injurious to our foreign policy. So if we can't somehow persuade colleagues to
We've got to scour the.
Okay, by the way, I skipped the video all the way, right? But these are all business people. Now, to Africans, because we're running out of time, I don't want to play the entire thing because I still have other things to talk about. All right, and that's why I'm skipping it. But these are business maker, business people, entrepreneur, along with lawmakers sitting in here, and all their plan was against Africa. It was all plot against Africans. Okay? They were all plotting against Africa, business people. So those of you that said that, oh, we need investor. Look, there is no investor in Europe. There is no investor in the US that is coming to the African continent to make your nation a better place for you while their nations are there. You think so? These are business people sitting along with lawmakers plotting against Africa. Then when you read it, we need European business, we need American partner, American business. Or in fact, you know, the Liberian president, complete puppet. The UN General Assembly, all he talked about, Liberia is open for business. What Liberia have that is open for business? Do you have your own business running that these foreigners need to come and buy? These foreigners need to come and shopping? All you're talking about, Liberia open for business, is your resources. Oh, like because you are a useless president, so Liberia is open for business, so that they will come and loot your resources. What business in Liberia do you have that these people in your Kosu are coming to do business with? What do you have? Are you in control of your mineral resources? Do you have factory that you mine your gold and process your gold? And then these people come and sell your gold to them, your finished product, your diamond, your finished product to them. Do you have it? Another idiot we call Liberia leader. Everything bad. Liberia is offering all his speech. I listened to the speech of the Liberian president to the United Nations General Assembly. Everything. Liberia open for business. Liberia open for business. You know, Liberia, we have the sector is open. You know, Liberia, we have the soil is open. We are ready for our international partner to come for business. I cry. Every meeting this president have is Liberia is open for business. Like, do you have to tell people Liberia open for business? You think they're stupid? You think these people don't know what they want? Liberia open for business. Liberia open for this. Liberia open for that. Liberia open for this.
The globe, and it won't be just Africa, Senator. It's Mongolia.
Yes,
it's countries in Southeast Asia, and it will be our intent to continue to prosecute this.
One last point I think it's important to make, because I did not support the Inflation Reduction Act, but the reason we pursued the Chips and Science Act, and a handful of Republican colleagues joined me on that effort, was in part for purposes of economic resiliency. The Inflation Reduction Act took the opposite approach. We've become far more dependent on these upstream critical inputs, and that was never, I think, seriously wrestled with before we took this approach to mitigating climate change. How can we help foster the public-private partnerships, bringing American capital and expertise and standards to Africa so that we can keep?
All right. So this is what they want in Africa. They are not talking about going in Africa, building Africa, educating Africans. But what they are saying here is taking American experts to go to Africa to get the raw material. He said it clear, to get the raw material and bring it to America. It's not about Africa. That's what Anthony Blinken wants. So when we speak about this, then we are Russian cover media. You heard what he said. And they talk about profit. You know what I talk about profit? Because in your mind, private. It means no government influence. And that's what they want. They don't want you to influence them when they go there. But in America here, what kind of business in America here that is private that the government don't have influence in? There's no business in America that government does not have influence in. You damn lie. But they want to go to Africa and they tell you, no, Africans, we are coming. We do not want public. We want private practice. And then in your mind, when they come there, private means non-government. Government don't have to do nothing because they don't want you to checkmate them. They don't want you to ask them, but it will be the exploiting. But here, there is nothing private. There is nothing private. But let's continue here. There is something he said. Further, any deeper than that.
Keep exploiting so that we can explore to Africa so that we can keep exploiting.
So you heard it. They need American experts to go to Africa, not to educate Africans, so that they can continue to exploit Africa. But when he said that, what happened? He caught himself, he acted that, he got choked. We need American experts, so that they can get a raw material, so that we can keep exploiting Africa. But when he said it, he knew that should not have, come from his mouth. And then he acted up. So that we can. But he said it so that we can continue to exploit Africa. You heard it. These people mean no good for Africa. They are enemies to Africa. Now you know him. This is Todd. The other guy that just spoke, he's Mark Geze. Anytime you see Mark Geze on the African continent, boo him out. Boo at him. Anytime you see, in fact, Africans, anytime you see these laws makers, this guy is called Todd Young. In your community, anytime you see Todd Young, do not vote for him. You should ask a question. Anytime you see Mark Geze in your community, do not vote for him. Anytime you see them on the African continent, now you know them. When they are coming on the African continent, you know them. This guy is called Todd Young. Remember that name, Todd Young. Remember the other name, Mark Geze, M-G-A-E-T-T. M-A-R-K. Remember those names. Remember Anthony Blinken. Remember his name. Anytime you see them on the African continent, run them out. Boo at them. Do not welcome them. They hate Africans. That's another reason again why they want to see Africa down. But this is about Haiti. But equally so, this is how they feel about all African nations, all African nations around the world. See this.
Live in abject poverty. Abject, right? Meaning that there's no chance, they stand no chance of rising out of that poverty and being able to sustain for themselves. And you think about that, and you don't study the history of Haiti, and you don't study the sort of have a deeper understanding of what the processes are, and most of us don't, because we don't study it, we're not inclined to study it, and we're just not going to go there. But if you do, you start to come up with an understanding of how and why that's the case. So go to the next slide. So I'm going to give you a history of Haiti in 3 minutes. 1790, Haiti was the most profitable colony of all the European countries. There was not a single colony anywhere that was more profitable anywhere in the world. It was a French colony. Haiti provided 50% of all the revenues of France. In Haiti, 1/2 of the world's sugar, the most lucrative crop, 2/3 of the world's coffee, the second most lucrative cash crop in the world at the time, with 500,000 slaves. 500,000 slaves brought from Africa. The slaves on average lived 5 to 6 years, meaning they worked the slaves to death. It was so profitable in Haiti, slavery was, that you could go to Africa, spend a lot of money on a slave. In today's dollars, at that time, in today's dollars, a slave was about, in the United States, a slave was about $30,000 in today's dollars. So it was expensive. Poor people didn't own slaves. So these big landowners go to Africa, get slaves, work them to death, 4 to 5 years, and when they die, just go and get another one. Eventually, Black Africans, the slaves, they started having an insurgency. They did exactly what the colonies were doing in the United States. In the United States, they were revolting against England to get their freedom, right? Think about this, the founding fathers of the Americas. They were revolting against England to get their freedom. In Haiti, the Africans who were being worked to death under horrific conditions, they were rising up against the French to get their freedom. And in 1804, they won. They were succeeded in overthrowing the French. And you got to applaud, right? Because, like, my God, you did exactly what these Europeans did in the Americas, the founding fathers here in the United States. They overthrew the oppressors to get their freedom. So this is a good thing, right? If you think backwards, it's like, this is amazing. This is what should happen. But the world didn't applaud. And of course the world didn't applaud, because if blacks in Haiti succeeded in getting rid of the French, then what does that mean about blacks in the Dominican Republic, and blacks in Cuba, and blacks in the United States, all the other slave ports and slave areas? Once they start rising up,
to take this out because I know for some reason it stopped the internet. So I'm going to take this out, but at least you get the message. We're going to continue. All right. Can you hear me, right? Can you hear me? I don't know why it stopped, but can you hear me? Just tap yes, and then we can continue. Can you hear me? If you do, tap yes. Because I don't know why the video just stopped. With all the other videos that I played, they didn't stop it. Okay, very good. Let's continue. Thank you, Free. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, anyway, maybe they didn't want me to end that. But again, these are the things Washington, D.C., Anthony Blinken, the West, want to see with Africans nations. All right? And I don't blame them. I blame the Kenyan leader. I blame William Ruto, another puppet, another bourgeoisie, who sat down there and took army and took them to Haiti to preserve American interest in Haiti. See what they did to Haiti. If someone do you this, do you think they want your freedom? They are fake. And this is how they have done it in Africa and other parts of the world. Through IMF and World Bank. When they loan African leaders money, they tell them not to invest in agriculture. Because they know when it comes to agriculture, nobody beat up in it. That's why they use African slaves to produce their agriculture on a cold weather, on a hot weather. That's what they did. They know who we are. And they know after we were getting independent, after we fought, because the white men did not give Africans freedom. So let's get that clear. Abraham Lincoln did not free no slave. Slave freed the slave. Slave fought for freedom. Abraham Lincoln freed no slave, not. That's a fake history. So they know right after slavery, after we fought, we resisted them. We now have finances. Because mind you never had money. You were just a slave. But when you gain your freedom by yourself, they wonder, how did it happen? Africans start owning resources. Africans have farm. They were not backing the white man. They were not backing the slave. They have their own town. Like you can name some of them, like the Philadelphia, the Moons, like the Wall Street, Oklahoma, even Washington, D.C. They have black town, like Little Africa in the U.S. here. These your Africans who never rely on them. But all of a sudden, these Africans were now, in fact, they surpass the slaveholder who has slave. And then what they did, they saw those things that the city Haiti did, that it now gave the momentum in Africa. If we allowed black in America to succeed, if we don't destroy them, that's how they're going to gain economic power. And if they gain economic power to feed themselves, we will not be able to control them, because they will not go. In fact, we can control them. So if we can destroy what they have to come to us to eat. They have to come to us to beg us for food, and then we can control them economically. Because at that time, politically, black people now have power, because they were not in government, they were not in American election things, no. But economically, they were in power. So they decided we have to destroy these people economically, because politically, they don't have it. What they did? Economically, they destroy them. They use their military, bomb Oklahoma. They use their military, bomb the Moons, bomb in Philadelphia in 1985. They use their military, black settlement in Washington, D.C., destroy it. They destroy everything. And that's what they did to Haiti as well. Economically, they destroy Haiti. So Haiti, politically, economically, Haiti was powerful. They destroyed them. And that's the same thing they do on the African continent. They give African leaders money. They tell them, do not invest in agriculture. Why you think Africa? Do you see African? Let me say, do you hear any African leader talking about agriculture? They might talk about it, but they will not go there. They will not invest. They will not train their people. Do you see it? Never. Never. They don't. Because it's a threat to them. So those are the things Anthony Blinken won. That's what Anthony Blinken is, a hateful man. Now, I know we got more to say, right? But I will skip them because of time, and we got to go quick. So let's talk about why US or EU fear Africa veto power, okay, in the United Nations. And look, there is no way at this time Africa should be doing business with the US. No, let me say this clear. If they're going to come after us again, let them come. But there is no way at this time Africa should still be doing business with the US. There's no way at this time Africa should still be doing business with Europe. At this time, it shouldn't happen, man. Because these people have drawn a line. These people, look, these people have said they are not going to do business with Africa. That's what they said. Oh, you want to hear it? Let's see. Now, again, this video, this guy is saying right here, we all know he's Robert Mugabe, right? And there's a reason I brought this video, because this video has been put together, but we want to skip it. But I just wanted to let you know that Africa have been fighting for a place in the United Nations Security Council for so long. Imagine, this is Robert Mugabe. So that tells you how long Africa have been fighting for a place in the United Nations Security Council. But the United States have always stood against it and vetoed it. And we will tell you why the US have always stood against it and vetoed it. Again, this is WCC. We don't come here with opinion. We don't have the evidence. We don't have the truth. We will not speak. We are here to tell you why the US is afraid of Africa. Yes, the United States is afraid of Africa. Oh, I know you may say, what are you talking about? Yes, the US is afraid. Europe, they are afraid of Africa gaining power. They do. You know why? We have the manpower. Africa got the army. Africa got the army. But African leaders they have not realized that you have the youngest populated continent in the world. You have the army. You are the richest continent in the world. You have the power. So the US is afraid of Africa to get veto power, and we'll tell you why they are afraid. We are here to tell you the United States is afraid. It's not because they don't want for Africa to get veto power or this. No, they are afraid because you know what? Right now, what happened? What is telling us? Everyone running to Africa. If you get Africa veto power, you know what's going to happen? America will be prosecuted for crime committed. Europe will be prosecuted for crime committed. And everyone will back Africa. Anything Africa put on the table, because everyone wants African resources. So Africa will tell all nations, if you want our resources, you gotta veto. I mean, you gotta vote what we say, what we bring to the table. If we want for US to be prosecuted, Europe to be prosecuted, they have to. And those people will vote in favor of Africa. And the United States will be prosecuted. Europe will be prosecuted for crime committed against humanity in the world. You think these people are stupid? Ah, God. Look, Africa, the time we realize it, that the UN is a racist, colonial, buyer entity controlled by the US and Europe, funded after World War II against Africans, you guys will stop running to Africa. You know, it baffles me when I see African leaders talking about they want non-permanent seat. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? What will a non-permanent seat do? And first of all, understand, non-permanent. You are not part. You are not member of the United Nations, but you having a non. You are not. And then I see some African nations like Liberia, craziness. Another puppet leader, another dummy leader talking about we submit our bill for a non-permanent seat. Let me tell you something. The United Nations without veto power, you are non-entity. You are nothing. Because at the end of the day, you make no decision. How can 1.5 billion people don't have a permanent seat in the US? How can 1.5 billion people don't have a veto power in the UN? And you're talking about we want a non-permanent seat. That's stupidity to the highest. But the US that does not have billion people have veto power. All nations that they are not even a continent, they have veto power. But a continent that have 1.5 billion over people do not have veto power, and they're asking for permanent. I mean, they're asking for not even permanent seat, but non-permanent seat. So that means you just want your presence to be known, but you are not on the table. You are not making a decision. African leader, what are you fighting for? To even talk about we submit a bill, a proposal to have a non-permanent. That's stupidity to the highest level. That is slave mentality way of thinking.
Security Council say you shall never have the powers that we have as permanent members. And we have asked and asked and asked. And asked and asked. Reform the Security Council.
Hey, call me Louis. This is my spot. That the United States is in support of Africa. We answer, who are these going to occupy these 2 African permanent seats at the Security Council? Are they really going to have veto powers? And how is this going to operate in general? We also take a look at the opinions of 2 African presidents, the Rwanda president and South Africa president, in this whole matter. Take a look.
In addition to the countries we long supported for permanent seats, India, Japan, and Germany. In addition to non-permanent memberships for African countries, the United States supports creating 2 permanent seats for Africa on the Council. It's what our African partners seek, and we believe this is what is just. We have indicated that we support 2 permanent seats for Africa. How that plays out on the African continent will be up to the Africans to determine.
Okay, so permanent membership comes with a lot of perks, just like council membership comes with a lot of perks. And that's the veto. So these new members, are they going to have veto power?
So we've been very, very clear that we do not support expansion of the veto. And, you know, I've had a number of discussions with my African colleagues who put this kind of take it or leave it position on the table. We get 2 seats and we get the veto. And the reason we want the veto is because you have it. But the reason we hate the veto is because it makes the council dysfunctional. We don't want to give up our veto power. And we do think if we expand that veto power across the board, it will make the council more dysfunctional.
All right, you heard that. Now, let me speak of this. Before we go further, the lady you saw there, she's called Lena Thomas Greenfield. You see, folks, just because a Black person or an African is on an entity controlled by the European or by the white man does not mean that lady or that person support African agenda. Now, is Lena Thomas Greenfield speaking from herself or by herself? Absolutely not. Lena Thomas Greenfield is a slave-like representing her slave master. Now, was that Lena Thomas Greenfield that made the conclusion or the suggestion that we are not going to give African leader a veto power? No. It was the white man, it was Washington DC, it was the United States, it was Europe that said, we will not get African veto power. That was not Lena Thomas Greenfield speaking by herself. That's the mentality of a slave-like. That's neo-colonialism right there. And you know what bad for me is? This lady is not free. She's a slave. Mentally. Her people all around the world, they are not free. They are being oppressed by the same people who control the UN. And then sometimes they're acting like, we have decided. And then, you know what she said? This is what we have decided for African. Now, so it is today that you will not partake in what Africa say or African leaders say, who they want to vote for, who they don't want to vote for. That's not your business. You know what she said that that's not their business? It's because they know at the end of the day it's meaningless because you have no veto power. And they say they don't want to have anything to do with it. Why are they in African election? Why can't they say, we don't want to do nothing on African election, we are not going there? Who they elect, they don't elect, that's not our business. Because they know those elections are meaningful to them. But they know having a non-permanent seat on the United Nations, it means nothing. It will not harm them because you have no power. You can veto nothing. So they use this lady as a slave to go out there. Now, why you never saw the white man? If a white man go out there and sit down and speak about rubbish that came from her mouth, you know, of course, the whole world will react. We'll say, oh, the white man this, the white man that, the white man this. No, but you see, this is WCC. We will speak the way it's supposed to be. That lady is not an African. She's not representing African. She's representing her slave master because she is on the plantation. Lena Thomas Greenfield is on the plantation. So she got to work for her slave master. She got to speak for her slave master. She got to represent her slave master. So African leaders, don't waste your time. The solution for Africans and Africans' problem lies within Africans. The solution for Africans' problem is not in Washington, D.C. The solution for African problem is not in Europe or the AU or the EU. The solution for African problem lies in Africa with African. Unite. Stay on the African continent and unite. Stop being Washington, D.C. puppet. Nana Akufo-Addo, stop coming to Washington, D.C. to sell your friend. Liberian President Joseph Boakai, stop opening Liberia to say Liberia is open for business. Liberia is not open for business. African leaders must get together and discuss Africa on the African continent and stop chasing dollars. You got a solution for African problem. And it's simple. We have the manpower. In fact, let's think. I don't want to talk too much. Let's think to this. Let's play one video, then we'll play the last video here. What I'm talking about here. I don't want to talk. We're running out of time. So let's see this. And then let's just see what Dr. Ari can say here. And then we're going to play the last video, and then we're out.
The United Nations Security Council, but without veto power. Let's take a look.
So these new members, are they going to have veto power?
You know, I've had a number of discussions with my African colleagues who put this kind of take it or leave it position on the table. We get 2 seats.
All right, folks. So you see, even before the United Nations, right? Before the so-called head of state of Africa came, or the African continent came, this lady have already met with African leaders, telling them the United States position. The United States is not going to give you veto power. So that means who controls the UN? It's the United States. So is the United States not Africa problem? Are you seeing here? They already sent her the slave. They already sent the slave to go meet African leaders and say, look, go meet your people. Go, I mean, you black, they are black. You African, they are African. They don't consider her any American. They don't. She's on a plantation. So they send her. They said, go and meet your brothers and sisters. Go and meet them. Tell them we are not giving you veto power even before, because we know when they come to the United Nations, these are the things that they are coming with, that they are coming for veto power. They are coming for permanent seat. Go and tell them, we do not want to give you permanent seat, and we will not give you it. We can only give you a non-permanent seat to 2 African nations. We will not give you veto power. Did you see what they did? And they said, oh, and you heard what she said. I have met with numerous of my African counterparts, and I have told them what the slave master have told me to tell them, that there is no option, there is no solution. And you saw what she said. You either take it or you leave it. That's what they told her to go and tell them. And you see what she did there. So it was already planned that we will not give it to African even before they came. So the UN is useless. No any African is coming to the UN. You spending millions of dollars coming to this rubbish meeting and African. Look, let's continue here.
And we get the veto. And the reason we want the veto is because you have it. But the reason we hate the veto is because it makes the council dysfunctional.
Okay, when you listen to the video, the apocalypse of Africa, again, they just summarize it again. It says what? When we give veto power to Africa, it will make the United Nations dysfunctional. That means in the apocalypse of Africa, that documentary, let's say Africans don't know how to rule. Africans don't know how to lead. They do not trust Africans. Yes, how will they trust Africans when Africans are selling their friends African? Yes, Nana Akufo-Addo came and saw his African brother, leader from Burkina Faso. Nana Akufo-Addo did it. Yes, how will they trust the Africans when Africans sat down and saw their brother Gaddafi? America went and killed Gaddafi. And they said nothing. How will they trust Africa? And will make the United Nations dysfunctional. Yes, they are right. African leaders, you are the problem to the African continent. Just how we blame Anthony Blinken, that Anthony Blinken are the problem. They are the problem to this country. You are also the problem to the African continent. We are not going to point hand to the white man and you out. No, you are the problem. That's why we make the United Nations dysfunctional. Because African, you can't rule yourself. You can't lead yourself. You can't protect yourself. You don't love your people. Your people you say, you don't love them. You hateful to your own people. You hate your own people. So if they bring it to the United Nations and they give it veto power, it will make the United Nations dysfunctional. Because you have no leadership idea. Because you are corrupt. They say people that enslave you come and tell you what to do. You agree to it. Let's say people that colonize you come and tell you what to do, you agree to it. They say people that came and kill your revolutionary leader come and tell you what to do, you agree to it. So they don't trust you. You will make the United Nations dysfunctional. She's right. They are right. You are dysfunctional leader on the African continent. You can solve the African problem. Yes, you run and come to America for solution about Africa. You are dysfunctional. You run to EU for solution about Africa. You are dysfunctional. You run to them to establish patient security on the African continent. When you have ECWA, when you have AU, you are dysfunctional. They are right. We all know apology to what we say here. They are right. They are right. They are dysfunctional. They are right. I support them not giving you veto power. You will make the United Nations dysfunctional. I support them. They are right. Oh, you think we were coming to come sit down on a platform and cry and say, oh, why you ain't get Africa veto power? You think so? Hell no way. Hell no, because you prove yourself to the people. If you are proving yourself as a great and better and good leader for the African continent, for the African people, we would have come here and say what we're supposed to say. But we are saying what we are saying here because it is the right thing to say. Yes, you are dysfunctional on the African continent. You will make the United Nations dysfunctional. I support them not to give you veto power. Yes. America, do not give the dysfunctional African leader veto power. Don't do it. They will spot the United Nations. They see where they spot Africa. They see where they sell African leader to you. They will sell you to your enemy. Don't do it. We support it. Don't do it. You see how you're using a black woman as a slave? If you get African veto power, they will sell you to your enemy. You see how this lady, you using her as a slave. That's how they will use other people to go to your enemy. Don't give them veto power. The same way you use them and they kill Thomas Sankara, don't give them veto power. They will be dysfunctional. The same way you use them and they kill Patrick Lumumba, don't give them veto power. They will be dysfunctional. The same way you use them and they went against Nkrumah, don't give them veto power. They will be dysfunctional. The same way you use them and you went and killed Gaddafi, don't give them veto power. They will be dysfunctional. They have no leadership idea. They cannot represent their people. They will be dysfunctional. Don't give them veto power. The same way you use them and they kill Amika Cabral, don't give them veto power. They will be dysfunctional. All US. Let me say this. America, let me drink water first. You have made one of the best decisions ever. You see, America, when you do the right thing, we will tell you you did the right thing. When you do the right thing, US, we will come here and tell you you did the right thing. And this, look, you have made one of the best decisions ever. Ever. Because you know what? Minus veto power, plus veto power, they will still do nothing for African people. They will still do nothing for African people. So what do they need it for? Why? They will use that position to earn money because people will be bribing them. The same way you can go and bribe them in Africa to go against African interests. That's the same way they will use that position to lobby for money. It will be dysfunctional. Look, America, you are right. You think proper. You think proper in this case. You are damn right. Let's continue here.
We don't want to give up our veto power. And we do think if we expand that veto power across the board, it will make the council more dysfunctional.
Hey, check this out. So I stopped buying random lotto tickets and started doing this instead.
You're simply suggesting that the addition of 2 African countries is going to make the process dysfunctional. What an insult. If this particular situation, we're talking a country like Germany, if we're talking any of the other European countries joining as members of the UN Security Council with veto power, would she still find it as a move that will introduce dysfunction? Or is it the introduction of 2 Black African countries that is problematic? What really makes it very sad is that the voices are coming out of the mouth of a Black woman. Those words are coming out of the mouth of an African American who must understand certain language cannot be used, particularly when we're talking about the international platform. To suggest that introducing 2 African countries will introduce dysfunction, it is sad, it is disrespectful, and it will not be tolerated. Ambassador Thomas Greenfield really needs to retract.
All right, we take that out. Now, then watch a video here and see why the United States is afraid of Africa getting veto power. Now, the fact is we are checkmating our African leaders to say it will make the UN dysfunctional? Yeah, we have to speak this way, but not because Leonard Thomas Greenfield said it's going to make the UN dysfunctional. That means it's true. No, America can never speak the truth. If America speak, go and look behind it, you will find the truth. The truth is not what they say. The truth does not lie in their tongue. The truth is kept. So then, if by giving Africa a permanent seat will not make the United Nations dysfunctional, then why are they afraid of? Now, for me, I'm not saying they should give it to them. I don't even care because it will still mean nothing. That's the facts. They will use that to lobby for money. It will be the same America who will be bribing them. And look, if they get, look, I don't even support African being part of any European organization. I don't support it. Because even if Africa get a permanent seat, the same US will be giving money to Africans. What did they do to AU? It's not the same US where infiltrated the AU that run AU today, that AU cannot function for African problem, for African interests. The same ECOWAS it is not an African entity, but it has been infiltrated and funded by US and EU. Is ECOWAS functioning as African entity on behalf of African? No. So even if they gave veto power to Africa, African leaders, the puppet, will use it. The same US will come and be bribing them. Now, instead of American giving money, spending money, unnecessary money, to come again and be begging a slave for a vote, the best thing is we should not give the slave that power. That money that we're supposed to use, we can use that money to bribe African leaders, right, for our mineral resource interest in those countries. Then bribing African leaders, because the issue here is, if we give them veto power, I mean, Africa have veto power. So if we are going to bribe, we have to bribe all 55 states, all 55 leaders. But currently, as I speak, they are divided. So when we're going to bribe, we're going to individual country. So we don't care to go to all the 55 states. We go to where we have our interests and bribe them and put leaders in places. But if we give them power, they are coming as a continent. So we have to bribe the entire continent. We don't have money for that. So we cannot give them veto power. Now, if we give them veto power, we are taking our power away and giving it to them. Don't believe me. Now watch this.
Political trends where truth matters. Well. Looks like Burkina Faso and other Sahel region countries are telling the imperialist West to go get lost forever. In a bold move that has captured the attention of the global mining industry and financial markets alike, Burkina Faso has announced the nationalization of two significant gold mines, Bonio and Wahnion. These two mines were previously owned by London-listed Endeavour Mining, which had agreed to sell them to Lilium Mining for over $300 million. However, the West African state has now struck a deal to take ownership of these assets for a mere $80 million, with an additional 3% royalty on up to 400,000 ounces of gold from Wahnion, a provision estimated to be worth around $20 million. This strategic maneuver by Burkina Faso marks a significant shift in the country's approach to its natural resources and raises important questions about its impact on the global gold market. So what is the strategic nationalization meaning in the long term? Well, let's take a deeper look into this. The nationalization of natural resources is not a new concept in global geopolitics. Countries have historically moved to take control of their key industries, especially those related to energy and minerals, in pursuit of economic sovereignty, greater control over revenues, and the protection of national interests. Burkina Faso's decision to nationalize these gold mines follows a similar trajectory, also reflects a broader trend of resource nationalism that has been gaining momentum across Africa in recent years. The mines in question, Borneo and Wanyan, are among the most productive in the country. For example, Borneo alone has been a cornerstone of Burkina Faso's gold production, contributing significantly to the nation's GDP. By nationalizing these assets, the Burkinabe government aims to ensure that a larger share of the profit generated by these resources stays within the country, contributing to a national GDP. Then what about the immediate implications on the global gold market? The nationalization of these two gold mines by Burkina Faso will inevitably have ripple effects across the global gold market. The first and most immediate impact is likely to be on the global gold prices. Gold, often seen as a safe haven during times of economic uncertainty, is highly sensitive to changes in the supply dynamics. The sudden shift in ownership and control of two major mines introduces a new layer of unpredictability in the market. Historically, nationalization often leads to concerns about the continuity of operations, efficiency, and the potential for reduced output. If Burkina Faso struggles to maintain the production level previously achieved under private ownership, global gold supply could tighten, leading to an upward pressure on prices. Investors already wary of geopolitical risks may react by driving gold prices higher as they seek to hedge against potential supply disruption. What about the long-term consequences and strategic shift? While the immediate impact on global gold prices is a key consideration, the long-term consequences of Burkina Faso's nationalization strategy could be even more profound. In the longer term, if Burkina Faso successfully manages these assets and maintains or even increases production levels, it could set precedent for other African nations. The message will be clear. Countries can retain control of their natural resources and still operate them effectively without the need for heavy reliance on foreign multinationals. Furthermore, the global gold market could see a shift in its traditional supply dynamics. African nations collectively hold vast gold reserves, and any significant change in their approach to resource management could reshape global supply chains. If nationalization efforts lead to a more localized control of production and distribution, global trade patterns for gold could shift, with African countries potentially playing a more dominant role in the market. Then what about the global economic and geopolitical implications? Well, the nationalization of these gold mines also carries significant geopolitical implications. Gold is not just some commodity, it is also a strategic asset that plays a critical role in global finance and trade. Countries with significant gold reserves hold considerable economic power, and any shifts in the control of gold production can have wide-reaching effect on global economic stability. For Burkina Faso, taking control of its gold mines is a statement of economic independence and a bid to strengthen its position on the global stage. The country's ability to leverage its gold reserves could enhance its negotiating power in international forums, particularly within organizations like the African Union and other regional bodies. On the global stage, other major gold-producing countries will be watching closely. If Burkina Faso's nationalization proves successful, it could inspire similar actions elsewhere, potentially leading to a re-evaluation of global gold reserves and their ownership. This could have implications for global trade balances, currency stability, and even international relations, as countries seek to secure their access to gold. Here is my conclusion for you. A new era of gold markets. The nationalization of the Bonio and Wanion gold mines by Burkina Faso marks a significant moment in the global gold market. While the immediate impact on gold prices are likely to be driven by concerns over supply disruptions and geopolitical risks, the long-term consequences could be far more transformative. This move by Burkina Faso could signal the beginning of a new era in which African nations take greater control over their natural resources, challenging the dominance of foreign multinationals in the mining industry. If successful, it could lead to a reconfiguration of global gold supply chain and a shift in the balance of power within the global economy.
All right. So you heard what he said, right? This is what exactly the US is afraid of: veto power for Africa. All right? It's going to shift the power dynamic in the world. And it's going to have a major influence on international relations. Now, and then another thing he said, if Burkina Faso succeed, it's going to allow other African nations to take the same direction that Burkina Faso have taken. And that means other nations now going to join AES. Right? Now, but let's get to the point where he said there are two things. I mean, many things, but I will take these two things. One, he said, it will give a shift of power, a shift of power dynamic in the world. Now, what that means here is, if Africa gets the veto power, look at what is happening around the world. Everyone want a piece of Africa. And by the way, World War III is not about Ukraine. World War III is purposely about Africa. Because the colonizers are mad. The United States is mad that all nations are going to Africa and polluting their way in Africa. That they are making Africans to wake up. They are polluting the relationship with Africa, with America and Africa. That is what America said. The way in which China is making best name in Africa is is spoiling their relationship with Africa. The way in which Russia is making business in Africa is spoiling their relationship or what they are doing in Africa. China is in Africa, India, Africa, Europe, Africa, America, Africa, North Korea, Africa, the entire Middle East, Africa. So everyone depends on Africa for their survival. So tell me, if Africa gets veto power, you think the dysfunctional, look, the word they use, dysfunctional, it have a very deep meaning. Dysfunctional. Already, China and Russia have made the global power dysfunctional by empowering Africa, that the US and Europe are angry. And that is why the United States said, by any means necessary, we will not get the veto power. And then they send their slave, Leonard Thomas Bethune, to go and meet African leaders to even warn them, to tell them. You see that? So if you give Africa the veto power, let me tell you, you give Africa the veto power, the United States have no more power. That power has been turned over to Africa. That's what makes it dysfunctional. You know why? Hey man, I shower. Do you know why? Africa has the raw material. Not only that, Africa has the population to defend Africa. In fact, not just Africa, to defend the world. Africa alone can defend the world. The youngest populated nation. And not only that, if you give Africa the veto power, oh my God, you give Africa the veto power, you know what's going to happen? You know what's going to happen? Black nation all around the world get a veto power. And not just Africa. You think these people are stupid? That's what Nkrumah said. Do not sleep on the colonialists, because the colonialists are never asleep when it comes to the Africans. When it comes to their interests, they are never asleep. So don't sleep on them. You think if you give veto power to Africa, it's just Africa? Because they know we seek each other interest. They know what affects Africa in America affects Africa on the African continent. What affects African in the Caribbean is the same thing affecting Africa in the US and in America and in Australia. So you think they will get Africa that veto power? They will not. Because if they give Africa the veto power, it means Haiti have the veto power. It means Papua Guinea, New Guinea, Papua have the veto power. It means black nation everywhere have the veto power. You think these people are stupid? Now, another thing, if they give Africa that veto power, Africa have the resources. Africa will now be dictating to the entire world. Africa will tell the Middle East what to do, and the Middle East have to do it because they want the African resources. Africa will tell Turkey, look, we want you to do this, and Turkey will do it because they want to survive. Africa will tell EU, you have to do this. You have to vote on what we want because EU want the resources. If they don't, Africa have the power already. They will not send resources to EU. They will not make deal or business with EU. Now, America have to listen to Africa because the entire world will be to Africa. All the nations that have the veto power, they will be for Africa. So anything Africa say, it gotta be done. So America will have no option but to just go along with the flow. So America lose her veto power. America lose her power by controlling the United Nations. That means that dysfunctional. I mean, power have been shifted to the African continent. That will make it dysfunctional. Even that horse Negro did not come out briefly, do not understand what she was saying because she was speaking the language of a white man, her oppressor, her slave master. So they just told her to go and speak. So she was speaking, not knowing she's speaking against her own interest. Dysfunctional. Because our English word is an English language. Dysfunctional. That's what makes it dysfunctional. Because power will leave the West to the South, to the African continent. And the African continent will now control the United Nations. And if Africa controls the United Nations, you know what South Africa been doing already? You know what already South Africa been doing already? To persecute Israel. Do you know if Africa in the US want the United States to pay reparation for the crime committed? You think if they gave power to what? It will be dysfunctional, power shift. Now it will be the time America will pay the reparation. And that is why this fight we in, when I hear it, or how they call a lot of people under FAB, Foundational Black America, they saying things, they don't understand what time it is. They don't understand this thing we fighting is spiritual. They don't understand. You think you're going to win FBA or Foundational Black America? You think you're going to win, as you call yourself. You think you're going to win the US? You think you're going to get reparation that way? You will fight. Your generation can fight. The next can fight. The next can fight. The next can fight. You will never get it. Let's be frank here. You may come and call me what you want to call me, but that's the solution here. You see, you think these people are stupid? They have seen it. They know. They know. They know. You think by giving veto power to Africa that will make it dysfunctional? No. Because they use our war. And you think that's something? No. That's what make it dysfunctional, because power shift. Power will shift. And now power will be in the hands of the same people they oppress, they colonize for years, for centuries, for decades. Now power in her hand now. America have to pay for the crime. The moon's bombing, she have to pay. You know how many crime America will be paying for? You think it's just slavery? You think it's just colonization that she will pay for? Now we're talking about America with me, even the EU, all these people. You know what kind of crime they'll be paying for? They will have to pay for the moon's bombing, the Oklahoma, Tulsa, 1920. They have to pay for these things. And then not only that, you know what they start coming out? Literally, they have killed. Literally, they have to pay for these things. They have to pay for DRC Congo. They have to pay for Patrick Lumumba, Thomas Sankara, Burkina Faso. They have to pay for these things. They have to pay. They have to pay for Gaddafi, Libya. You know how many things they will be paying for? You think these people stupid? Now, African leaders, let's go to you. Let's go to you. Stop wasting your time on the United Nations, because they will not give you the veto power. And these are the reasons. So when we come, we do the research and put the idea together and put it together. You better take it and learn from it and do what you're supposed to do for the African continent, so that when you die, you can be remembered. Because if you are a bourgeoisie as an African leader and you die, you will not be remembered. That's the facts. Because that's the mentality of the new generation, that your slave master will bury you. And your slave master will not bury you in a country. They will not bury you in America. They will bury you in Africa. And you will not be honored in Africa. We will not honor you. That's the mentality of the new generation coming. You will not be honored. And at the end of the day, they will not bury you in America, in Europe. They will bury you in Africa. And you will not be honored. That's the mentality of this new generation coming. And they will not call you our ancestor, our forefather. You will not be in their name. You will not be in their diary. You will not be in their heaven. So the white man come and tell you when you die before you go to heaven, yeah, you damn lie. You're not going to no damn heaven. Your heaven is on earth here. Even the Bible, when you read the Bible, the day of judgment, it did not tell you when judgment, why it says the day of the judgment. The same Bible you read, now that will make something here clear today. That will shape a little bit. The same Bible that you read, do you know what the Bible say about judgment day? You think you coming to fly and go somewhere else in the sky? The Bible did not say that. The Bible make it clear. On the day of judgment, and it just for certain, it's not even for everybody. It's for the 12 tribes. The 12 tribes in the Bible. Those are the people that judgment was made for. And what did the Bible say? On that day, these people will be taken and placed in their land. That's the heaven. They will be taken. How will you be taken and placed in your land on the day of judgment? In your land. The land that they were once lived in, that they are not in possession of that land. They will be taken back to that land. So were they in heaven? Listen to this, folks. That's why you have to be careful when your so-called pastor preaching to you. That's why you need to read the Bible to understand it now. So these people, if you say when God comes, judgment day, they're going to heaven, you'll go to heaven, there's that. Let's be frank here. So when the Bible said on the day of judgment, the 12 tribes, the Israelites, the Jews, they will be taken back to their land. They will be taken, that's why it's there. They will be taken back to their land. In heaven, back to their land. And then what it says, their oppressor, the people who oppress them, the people who enslave them, their oppressor will go along, the stranger. You, Anthony Blinken, you are the stranger. Their oppressor will be taken along with them, and their oppressor will be their handmaid. Did you get that? It says their oppressor will come along with them, and their oppressor will build their kingdom. And their oppressor will go along with them to build their kingdom. So are you telling me that heaven is not built? So you go to heaven. When you go to heaven, then before the people who oppress you come to that heaven and build. So then there's no heaven. Do you understand? Do you understand? Some of you Negro pastor, when you're preaching, you need to start preaching rightfully to your people. So, if the Bible say judgment day, when he comes, he will take his people back to their land. And then the people that oppress them will come along with them. They will be the handmaid. They will work for the people that oppress to build their kingdom. So that means there's no kingdom. That means there's no heaven. Heaven is not there because heaven will be built after judgment day. Let's get it clear here. Heaven will be built after judgment day because the people that, let me tell you something. You know what that means? Heaven will be built after judgment because that's what it says. The people that enslaved, the people that put the people in captivity will follow them. The stranger will go and they will build the new heaven. So that means heaven is not yet there. So you know what that means? The people who put black people into captivity, it is their heaven because they made a rule, they made a decision. It is their heaven. Because when he come back, he's going to destroy that heaven. He's going to destroy that heaven. And then he take the people who were in captivity for so long back to their land. Where? Israel. Because in the Bible it says, those that call themselves Jew, they are the faith, they are the how they call the church of synagogue of Satan. So that means if the Bible said the Jews are scattered, they are not in their own land. So that means the people that are in Israel, they are not Jew. Because it says the people have been cut from their inheritance. If you are cut from your inheritance, that means you're not even on your own land. You don't control any of your own land. If you have been cut for your, how they call it, your heritage, you are not on your own land. If your language has been stripped from you, you speak a different people's language, you are not on your own land. It says the Israelites will have no might. So the people that live in Asia today, they have might. They're not there bumping all around. And then say after they finish with Gaza and Palestine, they come into Africa to come and bomb Africa. They have power. They're the one controlling the United Nations today. They have power. But the Bible says the Israelites do not have power. That's what made them Satan that the Bible talk about. So get the point here. I just want you to understand something. Now we just went a little bit back to the Bible. This is WCC. We into everything. Okay? So those of you host Negro that sitting there waiting for when you die before you go heaven, there is no heaven. The Bible says there is no heaven according to the guideline of Judgment Day. Because when the Creator comes, he's going to destroy the current heaven. That white people control. White people are in a heaven. The people are colonized, enslaved, that's their heaven. They control everything. We go to them, we want to eat. We go to them, we want to wear clothes. We go to them, we need job. We go to them for our pay. We go to them when we loan money, or when you got a bank account, whatsoever, you go to them. That's the heaven. They have all the military might in the world. Any one black nation that have military might. No, you don't have. You are powerless. That's what written in the Bible. It's a scripture that's written there. You will have no power. That is why today you're fighting for power in the United Nations and you're not getting it. And the people that have the heaven, that have the power, they say they will not get it because that power will be shared. It will be dysfunctional. You're not understanding here? You're not understanding. You get it? And then you always sit down. Then you say it is better to die poor to go to heaven. Where heaven, you die, you die. There's no heaven. Heaven is going to be created according to the Bible. When the Creator comes, he destroyed the earth. He destroyed this heaven. Okay? He destroyed it. Then the people who have the power, who have the might, he will take that power from them because he's going to destroy them. Then now the people who are being oppressed, he will not give them the power. You getting it? And then the people who are oppressed, these people, will now become the workers to build a new heaven. That's what he said. So that means there's no heaven. Because he said, when I come, I destroy, I will send you back to your land, back. So are you telling me the Israelite was living in heaven? That's what you're telling me? So are you telling me in heaven there was war before? Are you telling me slavery went in heaven before? Are you telling me colonization went in heaven before? Because that's why in the Bible, when he comes, he will destroy and then take the Israelites back to their homeland. And then the people who kept them in captivity will now become the slave, will now become their workers, and they will build their kingdom. They will build their new heaven. Now, let me just leave from that. I just want you to understand something. I know that is not part of the discussion today. We can discuss anything on this platform because we are well informed. But I don't know, it just came in just to enlighten our people because they don't want, because that mentality is better at that poor to go to heaven than to be rich and not to go to heaven. And these are some of the things that make it when the white man come, when the European come on the African continent, we bow down to them because we won't go to heaven. We give our resources to them, even if they're looting us, even if they're harming us. We still see them. We say, no, we pray for our enemy. No, We need to love our enemy. Because I want to die, I die in peace. You die. You not die in peace. You die. You're not going no heaven. You die. There is no heaven. Heaven is not created. You read the Bible and you can't understand it, and you still be mumu. So that's how they don't want Africa to get veto power, like the video we just watched, because power going to shift to the African continent. And that means all black nations around the world are going to get a veto power because we are all being fought by the same beast. It's the same oppressor that we have. If you go to Haiti, they will tell you who behind the problem. You go to Africa, the same people in Haiti are the same people in Africa. You go to New Papua Guinea, they're the same people. You go to the United States, they're the same people. You go to UK, they're the same people. You see? So if Africa got a veto power, what is going to happen? Africa is going to be at a full chain. That's it. Because we have the economy, the resources, we have the manpower, the human capacity development, we have it on the African continent. The only thing our African leaders are puppet, they don't want to invest in the youth. But we can do anything. Look at anyway, I didn't put it on. Let me see if I have it here. Okay. I don't have it, but I'm going to bring on maybe in another discussion. Okay. But do you know the drum, the United States drum, was created by an African and Nigerian? The drum, US drum, US this, US that. It was created by an African and Nigerian. You know why? He did not stay in Africa to create it. He was not born here. He was born in Africa, grew up in Africa, went to school in Africa. But you know what? Our African leaders don't create the opportunity there. The monies are there. But our African leaders take the same money and bring it to European bank or American bank. Look, let me tell you something. America have no money to get to Africa. Because the same African money, they bring it to the World Bank, they bring it to the IMF, and then the same money is being taken and loaned it back to you again, your own money. Is that stupidity? And then you think America got money to get to you, Africa, or Europe got money? No! They control the World Bank. And just another form of slavery. Your own money. Because you are corrupt, you do not want to create a banking system in Africa. Because it's going to be monitored by African. And they will question you, how you got that money? So you take it and bring it to the World Bank. And then the same people take it and loan it to you to make billions of dollars out of it. They take your same money and then come and give it to you and hold you stuck. And then you get your resources to them. You see that stupidity? So that's where the problem is coming from. That's why they will not get veto power. Because power shifts to the African continent. And now everybody have to bow down to Africa. Everyone have to bow down to Africa because of the resources. You think the American dollar powerful? No, it's just paper, it's leaf. It's leaf. The American dollar is powerful because of African resources. Because on the African continent, all their mineral resources are being purchased through the dollar. So we use the African resources to make the American dollar powerful. Because it's been purchased in the American dollar. Without the African resources, the American dollar is useless. That's why you see they're fighting the breaks. And now, that not to say we are against the US dollar and we're fighting for breaks. No, but we're just telling you the reality here. If Africa stay on her own, we are just telling you the reality here. Why they don't want for Africa to stay on their own? Why they don't want for Africa to gain veto power? Anyway, that's what we have to give you today. So to the African leaders, stop wasting your time. Plus the veto power minus the veto power, these people already know it will be their downfall. They are not going to give it to you. So now, what is the next option? Because that may be the question, friend. All right. Now, WCC, you said we should not waste our time behind the veto power because we are not going to get it as you are presented and which you have seen the evidence which is true. Then, Frank, what's the solution? That's a good question if you ask. But if you don't ask, I'm still going to give it to you. The solution here is stop chasing Western organization to be part of them, to make yourself known. You know, it is bad to fight, right? To be known. Because you fight, and nobody know you. What? You see it? It's better people come and know you than you fighting. Now, the solution here is, again, stop running behind Western organization, thinking that will make you for the world to think that you are part of the war or you're on war stage. They don't care about that. Stop chasing IMF Bank because it limits you, it stagnates you, it don't carry you nowhere, it have done nothing for the African continent. Start following World Bank. Okay? Now, get together on the African continent. Have your meeting on the African continent. How to unite the African continent. How to get one African continent of free trade. How to get one African currency that will back our resources, will be backed by our resources. Okay? Have one African passport and start talking. I'm not talking about you go and say, be planning. No. Immediately, right now, have one African passport and serve African interest. Have one African army. Stop sending your resources outside of the African continent. Process everything on the African continent. You want to sell it in African currency. That the US buy it in African currency. Russia buy in African currency. China buy in African currency. Europe buy in African currency. Have your everything by yourself. Be independent, not dependent. These are the solutions, though. Your political economy, your economic economy, your social economy, everything should be you. You don't have to come to America to ask them how you going to be politically independent, socially independent, economically independent. You will never get it. Because you know what? They don't want to. That will be their downfall. You just saw this. The people say they're not going to give you veto power because that will shift the power dynamic. You think these people want you rise? Absolutely not. So the same way they are unapologetic of what they say, what they feel, that's the same way Africans, we have to be unapologetic. And we have to be fearless. And we have to be truthful. And we have to be ready. Thank you. This is today's presentation that I have. This is WCC. I am your host. This is Frank Mauba. Thank you for hanging in. I know we started at 1 o'clock. It's almost 5 o'clock. Imagine, man. You guys are the best, not me. Because you give me the energy to be out here. I'm telling you. I know you may say, I know sometimes Nkrumah say, man, no. You give me the energy. I feed off your energy. I feed off your time. And that's what motivates me to go this far. So thank you. I'd rather tell you thank you. Thank you. Share, like, subscribe. I'm your host, Frank Mauba. Uhuru. Peace.